House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. Clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Estes.
Good morning, friends. Give me the privilege of praying for you. Dear Father, I thank you for all the blessings you've bestowed upon this deliberative body, strength in times of tiredness, insight during difficult decisions, patience when chaos seemed to rule, the kind word when discouragement followed actions often misunderstood, and the support of many colleagues and friends. Thank you for the grace given when desired outcomes clashed, for the character strength of those who did not agree yet showed restraint and respect, for the smile when a frown was expected, and for that lighthearted moment when it was so needed. Help us as we conclude our work to relax with the directions we have taken. Where there was doubt about an issue, let peace prevail in our spirits, knowing we did what we genuinely thought was best. In the book of Psalms, we were taught, "My soul waits in silence for God only, for my hope is in him. He only is my rock and salvation, my stronghold. I shall not be shaken. O God, my salvation and my glory rest. The rock of my strength, my refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times, O people. Pour out your heart unto him. God is a refuge for us." Today, as we begin our trek home, I pray there will be a sense of satisfaction for work accomplished. I pray that you, O God, would be their strength and strong rock to stand upon. Remind them, if you would, that you are a safe refuge where they can find rest for body and soul. Now might each receive this blessing found in the book of Numbers. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance on you and give you peace. I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Which is indivisible.
As every member had the opportunity to record their presence. The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The Speaker recognizes Representative Blue on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, I visited the Capitol for the first time as a student body senator at Fort Hays. I remember being in complete shock and awe that I was in complete shock and awe when walking around of this gorgeous Capitol building and being completely biased that Kansas has the most beautiful Capitol in the nation. I remember sitting in the gallery watching the House chamber being called to order. I was instantly annoyed with all the conversations and nobody paying attention. But I told myself, one day I'm gonna sit in those seats. Little did I know that day was coming quicker than I thought. I filed for office my senior year of college in 2016. I ask you to think back to when you were 22 years old. Can you imagine running for office at that age? Looking back, I wonder, what was I thinking? but I also think about how I wouldn't change it for the world. Throughout my 8 years here, I have left this building smiling. I have left this building in tears. I've left this building angry, sometimes all in the same day. But one day I can tell you is I've left this building every day learning something new. Here are 4 things I've learned throughout my 4 terms up here. Apparently, porch pirates are an issue in rural Barton County, and Speaker Reichman has spent a ton of money on air fryers. Slow down, breathe, look at every angle of an issue. Just because you've lost the battle doesn't mean you've lost the war. Never burn bridges, and stand up for what you believe in. Sometimes you might be the only person standing, but it'll make you a stronger individual. I know there are several farewell speeches that talk about how the great policy that's been passed here throughout their time in the legislature, but this job is so much more to me than that. I look to you all as a family, a dysfunctional family sometimes, but a family that has one common goal: to make Kansas a better place. I'm gonna miss this. I don't know, after last night, I don't know, but I'm gonna miss this. As I look back at all the great things that have happened over these 8 years, these memories stick out. Lucky enough to have a legislative mom and dad, creating so many true friendships. Told myself I wasn't gonna cry. Creating so many true friendships that I know that are gonna last a lifetime. And getting married and looking out in the crowd and seeing so many of my legislative friends, and thank you, so many of my legislative friends there to help me celebrate. Friends, I want to share my farewell speech early because I don't know if I'm going to be coming back for veto. As much as I want to, I really want this child out of me. I don't know what my future holds. It may be working across the rotunda. It may be spending more time at home. Or maybe I can finally open up my dream business that I've always wanted to have. But I look out and know that I have learned something from each and every one of you that's going to help me with whatever my future endeavors are. I want to end with a quote from J.B. Mooney, arguably the world's best bull rider. If you fuel your journey on opinions of others, you're going to run out of gas. Thank you for a great 8 years. Kansas proud and God bless.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee reports on House Bill 2562, substitute for House Bill 257, House Bill 2614, and House Bill 2618. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 18, House substitute for Senate Bill 73, Senate Bill 356, Senate Bill 384, and Senate Bill 115. The Senate not adopts the Conference Committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 387, requests the conference and appoints Senators Baumgardner, Erickson, and Sykes as third conferees on part of the Senate. The Senate not adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 14, requests the conference and appoints Senators Thompson, Cluse, and Faust-Cadeau as third conferees on part of the Senate. The Senate not adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 423, requests the conference and appoints Senators Longbine, Fagg, and Holscher as second conferees on part of the Senate.
Are there announcements? Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So early in the day, I'll make this announcement instead of when we're really, really tired tonight. So either write down on a piece of paper or put it in your calendar. But I would like you to save a date, June 6th, 7th, and 8th. That is going to be when the National Convention is for the National Association of Christian Lawmakers. It's going to be in Lynchburg, Virginia. Liberty University. Over the last 3 or 4 years that we've been doing this, every time someone new came along and went with us, it was an experience that they just could not forget. It's a great experience. Again, that's the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, our national convention. It'll be in Lynchburg, Virginia, June 6th, 7th, and 8th. I know that seems like a long ways date-wise away, but it's right around the corner. I know that seems like a long distance for us to drive or fly, but you give a connection, let us know, and we'll get you carpooled or whatever it is to get you there. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stogsdill.
Democrats will be holding agenda immediately upon recess 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 11:15 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. House is in recess. House will be in order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2846 by the Committee on Taxation, requested by Representative Beeler. An act concerning income taxation relating to credits, providing an income tax credit for contributions to a child care provider or intermediary.
Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House sub for Senate Bill 172 and appointed Senators Thompson, Cluse, and Pascudo as second conferees on part of the Senate.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 14 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Woodard. Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
The Senate did not adopt the Conference Committee report to House substitute for Senate Bill 387 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.
So enthusiastic.
Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Christie Williams, Getz, and Nguyen. Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
The Senate did not adopt the Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 423 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor. The Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2560.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2560, we have 4 bills bundled in here. We have HB 2560, the underlying bill, which was an abandoned trust application bill that we passed out 119 to nothing a couple of weeks ago. There were no changes made. The Senate accepted our position. We passed out, it also includes SB 406, the Money Transmitter Update Act. We passed that out 118 to 5. There were no changes. Senate accepted our position. This also includes HB 2105, which is the Earned Wage Access Bill. The Senate did amend this. A lot of the amendments were definition changes, technical amendments. There was one piece in there where they took out the need for the offering one free option to consumers. We were able to negotiate that back in on the House side, and they agreed to that change. So that's also in there. And the last bill in there is 2247, which is a DCF banking account bill that we passed out of here last year, 114 to 7. There were no changes, and the Senate accepted our position on that as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2560.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Shue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Most of this bill is fine and non-controversial. I do have a little bit of heartburn on the earned wage access part. We talked about it in caucus a little bit, but I think overall it does represent a better option than some others out there. And so with all that said, as a whole package, I support the package, but leave it to the will of the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2560. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Missing Sanders. We're going to wait a few moments for a member to return to the chamber, but in the meantime, Representative Probst votes aye. Representative Haskins votes aye. Representative Sanders votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2560, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2711.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. HB 2711 includes the underlying contents of 2711, which was the working after retirement bill we just passed a couple weeks ago. We passed out 117 to 2. There was a Senate amendment to increase the death benefits for CAPERS beneficiaries from 4,000 to 6,000. We did accept that amendment. The one key on that I want to emphasize is this will not add $1 to the unfunded liability. How this is going to be paid for is raising the employer contributions rate, I believe a 0.1%. So again, this will not add $1 to the unfunded liability. Another provision in the 2711, we stuck in the Foreign Investment Act that we passed out 8535 a couple weeks ago. There was one change. We removed the government contracts provision. We actually stuck that in the bill, the drone bill that we passed out of here yesterday. It worked better in that bill than this one. And then also the contents, a compromise position on the alternative asset cap. We passed an unlimited, or we removed the cap, statutory cap on our side, 113 to 3. The Senate didn't feel comfortable doing that. They wanted to go to 20%. We compromised up to 25%. This will give us a little more runway, a few more years. We can study the alternative asset program and the returns. So those are what is in 2711. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the conference committee report on HB 2711.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. While I still have some concerns about the foreign divestment part, and broadly, I don't like telling Capers what to do, I do think it makes some sense, kind of broadly ideologically, on not having Capers money in these countries. Taking out the procurement portion makes this bill quite a bit better. I do think that part had a lot of unintended consequences. I appreciate the work from my colleague from Shawnee on the 2711 part. So even with some minor concerns, I think overall this is a good bill package. So I urge your support, unless you really don't like the representative from Shawnee.
You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2711. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2711, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, Senate Bill 19 has 2 components. The first component is known and sponsored by several members on both sides of the aisle as the EMERGE program, the National Guard Educational Masters for Enhanced Readiness and Global Excellence program. So we simplified that to EMERGE. What this will do is allow up to 100 members of the National Guard to go get their masters and get assistance in regard with that, so long as they're in good standing and they stay in service after completion for 48 months. So that's the first aspect of this bill. This passed the House, I believe, 115-4. The second part of this bill has to do with cardiac emergency response plans. If you'll remember House Bill 2494, which passed 117-2, it had 2 sections. Districts create a cardiac emergency response plan based off KDHE guidelines approved by the state board. Section 2 had to do with starting a grant fund for getting AEDs in schools. We compromised with the Senate because of the education funding bill, putting the AED grants in there. We reduced it down to just Section 1. So it's now just the part about the cardiac emergency response plans that are approved by the state board. Each district writes their own plans. What we're finding out is few districts have these plans in place, but not all. So we want to make sure we give them the tools to create these plans that will then be approved by the state board. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the conference committee report and will stand for questions.
For discussion, Representative Stocksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job of explaining this bill. It's a very good bill. It's a very important bill. The first part will help in recruitment and retention of our National Guard troops, and the second part will help school districts have the facilities and the equipment they need to actually save lives. So I would urge your support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank all the parties that had a hand in the creation of both of these bills. This was truly a team effort. So I want to thank everybody. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 19. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, a call is in order. The doorman will secure the doors. The clerk, members will be in their seats, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representatives Garber,
Members will be in their seats.
Hauser, and Haskins.
Representative Haskins for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Colleagues, I ask again that you allow me to vote present. The Emerge Scholarship has direct impact on my work at Baker University. I think that this is a really good bill personally, and I was happy to be in the committee to serve, but I want to recognize my conflict of interest.
Representative Haskins has asked for permission to vote present on a conflict of interest. All those in favor of allowing him to vote present signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Call is raised. With no other members wanting to change their votes, it is 109. Okay, let's start over. With 119 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 19, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2562.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. HB 2562 contains the contents of HB 2562, which was the Protect Vulnerable Adults Act. We passed that out 120 to nothing. There were no changes. The Senate agreed to our position. It also contains the contents of HB 2101, which was the contract for deed bill we passed out a couple of weeks ago. Passed it out 18 to 1. There was one amendment added in the Senate. It actually made the bill better in our estimation. It added some more protections in. So we did accept that amendment. And then the last piece we were able to add in is the contents of 2376. And this is the ban on restrictive covenants bill that you guys may have remembered we passed out last year, 121 to nothing. It did go to the Senate where they puttered it down a little bit, and it just never got worked over there. So we were able to find a home. I was able to work with the individuals bringing that legislation before us, as well as the chairman of the House Local Government Committee. And we worked to find a home for this, and we really want to get this done. This needs to be, this is a wrong that needs to be righted in Kansas, so this is the opportunity we could do it. This bundle passed out of the Senate 38 to 1, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt a conference committee report on HB 2562.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I know today is going to be a long day, but I don't want it to get lost too much. If you take a step back on this bill, this is probably one of the more unimpeachably good bills that will pass today or have passed. If you think about it, we're protecting vulnerable adults from financial exploitation. I think that's really important. We're protecting kind of vulnerable people who are trying to own a home, get the American dream, who engage in these contracts for deeds. I think that's unimpeachably a good thing as well. And then getting these restrictive racial covenants off the books as well, I think is really impactful. So I really appreciate the chairman for the work and the support, and I really urge your support on this bill. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I close, I want to say this is probably going to be my last time up here, at least for this year. We'll see about the future. The minority leader is clapping. But I just want to thank the speaker for all the trust in allowing me to chair the Financial Institutions and Pensions Committee. It's been a great honor to chair his committee, as well as all my committee members, my ranking member, my vice chair, for all their hard work. We passed a lot of great legislation. We did it in a mostly bipartisan way, but even our disagreements, we kept it civil. So I want to thank my entire committee for the opportunity as well. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2562. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2562, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2570.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2570 was the unemployment bill that we sent over to the Senate. They made some improvements on it. There were some conformity issues at the federal level with how we forgave the negative balances, so they had to adjust some of that. And then we made a change in conference on the reporting timeline from the Department of Labor on temporary unemployment. And that's, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
For discussion, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You left your dongle here. The chairman did a good job explaining this, even if he has muted his language somewhat. You may remember the last time we talked about this and had to send it back to conference. I think the language he used was that we had done something illegal, and that was true. But we've remedied that and atoned for our sins, and this is a good piece of legislation. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2570. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Representative Dodson votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2570, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2614.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So House Bill 2614 has two measures in it. The first one was House Bill 2517, which removes the requirement to name your treasurer on paid-for attributions for candidates. This was supposed to be in a Conference Committee report a couple years ago, and because of a clerical error, it didn't make it in the Conference Committee report, so we're really just trying to correct that error and get this in statute, as was the intent of the body a couple years ago. The other measure that's in this bill, in this Conference Committee report, does four things. It requires that if you're turning in the ballot for someone else, in addition to signing your name, which is already in statute, it requires that you also print your name. This is a recommendation from the Secretary of State, but not every county is taking that recommendation, so we're making it clear in statute the intent of the legislature. The next thing that it does is it codifies the language that goes on the ballot to warn somebody turning in a ballot that they're only allowed to turn in 10 ballots that are not their own. Right now, it's in statute that warning needs to be there, but it's not in statute what the exact wording of the warning, so it codifies that.
The next thing that it does is it requires that election officers count how many ballots people are turning in. We passed this law a couple years ago that says you can only turn in 10 ballots that are not your own. And ever since, we've been struggling with how we're going to enforce this. And so what this requires is that the election officers count those ballots that come in, turned in by somebody else. It does not have a time frame. So they don't have to do it during the very busy election cycle. They can do it after the audit. They can do it after the canvass because they keep those campaign materials or those election materials for 22 months after the election before they're destroyed. So anywhere in that window, they could do that count. And then the final thing that this requires is if they identify or have a reasonable suspicion based on that count of the ballot envelopes that somebody has turned in more than 10 that are not their own, they're required to report that to the Secretary of State's office and report it to their county or district attorney. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2614.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2614, I think our original plan with the Conference Committee report was a little bit better. The House last year passed a bill authorizing the Secretary of State to implement rules and regulations concerning ballot drop boxes. The Senate's position was to ban ballot drop boxes, so luckily we did not adopt the Senate's position. I think it would have seen a miserable death on this floor. You know, I appreciate the part about the campaign treasurer part, but I do have some concern about the ballot envelope that's already jumbled. I think one of our colleagues provided an example for us, and I imagine we'll probably hear from that individual. But adding context for another blurb from the law onto the ballot envelope that's already pretty full is tough. And I think too, it's just hard to prove whether someone is signing their own signature or if they're signing for somebody else. There's just a little bit of heartburn on that piece of the Conference Committee report, which is why I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, body, I just want to address a couple of concerns that I have about this legislation in front of us today. But before I really go into that, I just want to tell you a few things about myself. I am a member of a family that has 3 generations of election workers supervising judges. I have been a supervising judge and election worker for many decades before I became an elected official and was on the ballot. And my family also includes an election commissioner in the past and a current board of canvassers. And in fact, I think we'd probably be hard pressed to find a more committed board of canvasser in the state than my husband. So I say all that to just say that this issue is something that I take seriously and has been long-term importance to our family, as I think it is for all of us. In front of you on your desk today, you have a piece of paper from me, and what you are looking at, I'd just like to guide your attention to that for a moment. This is the back of a advanced mail-in ballot envelope in Sedgwick County. You can actually see my husband's name on there. By the way, that's not my current address. And you can see on there where I have the arrow and the number 2, where it addresses, where it shows that Sedgwick County is doing part of what this bill covers. And it talks about the current law about the 10 ballots, only signing for 10 of those ballots and only delivering 10 of those or assisting, and you have to print your name and you have to sign your name. I am fully supportive of codifying into law good policy practice. And this is currently recommended by the Secretary of State, and I believe most, if not all, of the counties are doing this. I would like to point out the crowdedness of this envelope. This is larger than the envelope. And and how fine the print is. So I think it's something that is important to keep in mind as we move forward. So one things I would like us to think about here is the intent behind this law. The intent behind this law is to prevent and stop ballot harvesting. And when we talk about ballot harvesting, there's really two concerns that we have. One is we want to be confident that we have a legitimate ballot from a genuine registered Kansas voter. That's their number one concern. And our second concern that we have when we talk about ballot harvesting is we want to make sure the voter isn't coerced or manipulated into changing their vote or being persuaded to vote in a certain way by an outside force, okay? So those are our real two big concerns. The first, I just want to point out with the having a genuine registered voter with a real ballot is we have so many security systems set in place in Kansas law already. And we can be confident that this is a real ballot coming from a real registered Kansas voter when it comes in. And if someone attempted to commit a crime by doing a fake one, they would be caught. In fact, the ballot security on the envelopes alone is so high that I just want you all to know that if you and let's say great grandma and great grandpa both request an advanced mail ballot and they accidentally fill out their ballots and then put them in each other's envelopes, when it gets checked in and by the election staff, they know that they accidentally signed each other's envelopes, I should say. Not ballots, but the envelopes themselves. There's so much security that gets checked before that envelope is ever even opened. So I think we can be assured that number one is that first concern has been addressed and is safe. And the next one is to number two. That's the one that's harder. But I would like to suggest the idea that maybe we're trying to come at this from the wrong direction. Maybe we need to have a discussion instead of being focused on who is delivering a ballot or how it is delivered, that we need to make sure that that voter was not coerced or manipulated. Maybe that's where the attention of our law should be considered moving forward. But addressing this law specifically, I just want to point out that I believe that this law in its current form and in this that has been passed previously and what we're looking at today is unenforceable. There's a number, I don't believe that it will stop ballot harvesting, which we have no evidence that there's any significant issues about harvesting in the state currently. And, but this is just not enforceable. There's many ways it's not enforceable. First of all, someone could go pick up a bunch of ballots and drop it off in the USPS postal box with no security or cameras or anything and just not sign the envelopes and no one would have it be any the wiser. Then the other thing is, for example, as I mentioned in calendar, in the Sedgwick County Commission District 5, which is 1/5 of Sedgwick County's population, there are 20 James Howells that are registered to vote in District 5 alone. That doesn't mean, that means there's also many more James Howells that are not registered to vote. So even if the county clerk follows this law, and we pass this law and the county clerk passes this law and takes all this information, studies all the signatures, says, okay, it looks like 20 of these Jim Howell signatures were signed by the same person, we now have a problem that we have no idea who this person is. So we have no address, we have no ID, we don't know if they're part of Kansas, they could be from out of Kansas, they could be a minor, they could be an illegal immigrant, we have no idea. So there's a lot of vetting and things that need to be further discussed with this law, and that before it would even have a chance of being effective and enforceable. And with that, I intend to vote no. Thank you so much.
Representative Wagner.
Thank you. Colleagues, I was on House elections a number of years ago when the ballot harvesting bill was passed. And the thing you need to know about is, ballot harvesting is a very serious issue. We had a House race in Kansas that flipped basically through ballots that came in late, that were harvested, that were, brought in by an individual or a number of individuals. There's a federal election in North Carolina just a few years ago that flipped also based on the fact of ballot harvesting. That you should always be concerned when there are mail-in ballots coming in where it is not just the normal, a friend doing it for a friend, or you're doing it for your grandma or things like that, but where somebody in an organized effort is collecting early ballots and turning them in. The question had been, we set the 10 limit, but you asked the Secretary of State's office, which I did just a few minutes ago, and nobody knows how many ballots of the 136,000 mail-in ballots that in the 2022 election in Kansas, how many of them were just sent in by the individual, and so they didn't require a second person's signature, versus those that were actually collected by somebody else and turned in. There is no data point on that. That this 2614 should just be seen as a first step in the process of even kind of quantifying it. Because again, the concern that folks have over election integrity, that where you can address those easily and with some effort or some simple effort should definitely be done. And this would be one where with the passage of this, again, this is not going to go into effect in 2024 because a lot of the ballot envelopes have already been printed, but starting in future elections, you would actually know how many ballots in Kansas that were mailed in were actually turned in, by somebody turning up to 10, or, you could frankly get probably the data point whether there were five to a person or 10 or whatever the number would be. But at the minimum, you would actually know. And the further concern about this, which would be the fact that to have a mechanism, which we would have with this, where that it would be going to the district attorney and also the information to the Secretary of State's office, that it would be publicly available information, and ideally, certainly on the statewide level, Secretary of State's level, that you would know how often this 10 level limit is being reached. And again, there's obviously ways people can kind of skirt around it, but until you know how often it is even happening, you really don't know as far as any further tightening that would be required of the law. Again, I think you should take this for what it is. It is a good faith effort, a first step in actually getting some control over ballot harvesting and just seeing how well our earlier law that had been passed that limited it to 10, how well it is actually taking effect. And with that, I would urge an affirmative vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, there is nothing more fundamental to our form of government and our way of life than that voters believe that the results of the election reflects the will of the voters. And right now we have a crisis in voter confidence. Fort Hays State University did a survey this last year. Half of voters, half of Kansans are not confident that the results of our election reflect the will of the voters. And one source of that erosion of confidence is this question of ballot harvesting. I agree with the representative from Sedgwick. There is no evidence, no statistic that ballot harvesting is occurring in the state of Kansas. But we're never going to get that statistic. We're never going to get that data if we don't count the number of ballots that are being turned in by somebody other than the voter. An election commissioner recently said in response to this question of, how are you identifying if somebody's turning in more than 10 ballots? He said, "It's not my job to enforce election law." This makes it clear that it's the intent of the legislature that they enforce this statute by doing a simple count at any time in the 22 months that they have those election materials after the election, so that we can collect this data and we can assure voters that no, this isn't a problem, or yes, this is a problem, and we can take further steps to try to address it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I close on my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2614. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Thomas votes aye. Representative Epley votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 75 having voted in favor and 48 against the passage of House Bill 2614, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2618.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2618 now has two measures in it. The first one is the underlying bill 2618, which passed our House 85-35 and passed the Senate 29-9. This bill was brought to us by the Attorney General with the support of the Secretary of State. And the intent is to clarify the language of a bill we passed a year or two ago, making it a crime to impersonate an election officer. The state was sued over that law by several organizations, saying that it was unconstitutionally vague and someone could unintentionally violate that statute. And so what the language in this bill does is it clarifies that you have to intend to deceive in order to be guilty of the crime of impersonating an election officer. It's not just based on the perception of the person who thinks you are an election officer. The other bill that's in this bill is Senate Bill 367, which passed the Senate 28-12. What that bill does is it makes it a crime to use federal money for any state agency or any municipality in the state to use federal money for facilitating elections unless it is authorized for that purpose either by the U.S. Congress or by the legislature. So you can't take money that was appropriated for some other thing like a grant for mental health and use it for a get out the vote effort or whatever if you're a government agency. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2618.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shocker, colleagues, I'm rising in opposition to 2618 for a number of reasons. I think the biggest parts, let's start with Senate Bill 367. We did have an informational hearing. We knew that a lot of these were coming from an exempt committee in the Senate, so I want to thank our chair for holding informational hearings so we weren't blindsided by a lot of these bills and we're able to have a discussion about them. Senate Bill 367, the one dealing with federal appropriations, we had conferees from Opportunity Solutions Project who have testified on a number of these different bills. They had a little bit of concern and brought up their concern about an executive order from the federal government, including some testimony about them being a little upset about Haskell Indian Nations being a voter registration agency. I think falsely claiming that it was because of the Biden executive order. Haskell Indian Nations University has actually been a voter registration agency since the 1990s. And so this kind of becomes a de facto block on federal election aid if we're in another national crisis or national emergency. So there's some obviously heartburn for us with that part of the bill. And then for the part of House Bill 2618 itself, we've got a lot of this. There was discussion on that bill itself. I don't want to relitigate what our last floor debate, but you know, in the League of Women Voters and Loud Light versus Schwab and Kobach case, they actually discussed House Bill 2618. And even in that discussion, it talked about how it still wouldn't resolve the lawsuit, and discussed in front of the Kansas Supreme Court that it doesn't resolve the conflict because there's no clear parameters on what impersonating an election official actually looks like. We've heard some conversation about it potentially saving us money if we were able to pass this bill and maybe dismiss the court case, but because of that discussion that happened, I think the same day or a day or two around the same time we had discussion here, it was basically the points were made that this wouldn't fix that. So probably no surprise that I will be opposing this, but I also want to take the quick moment because I hope and think this might be our last election bill. Joining a committee that I'd never been on and joining it as ranking was definitely a big task, but I want to thank the chair, the vice chair, and the committee members for catching me up to speed. I think we did a really great job working together. Some bills we were able to come together and vote for together, some were not, but I want to appreciate and thank the chair and the committee for their hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 2618. Like my friend from Wichita, I, at least prior to coming to the legislature, worked for years as what's generically called a poll watcher, technically called a poll agent. I also represented political parties and candidates in election challenges and observing on behalf of candidates. I worked with the representative from Wichita's sister, gosh, going back to before the election of 2000 on recounts. I worked for the election commissioner in election after election after election if a client wasn't paying me or my party didn't need me. So I've watched this for a long time. And you know, a few years ago, when I believe it's our current Attorney General was advocating for this legislation about impersonation of poll workers, it was apparent to so many of us that this law was unconstitutionally vague. I would dare say if I went back through YouTube videos, if we had them at that time here in the House, that you probably would have heard me tell you that this law is going to cost us money. It was clear to a junior boy lawyer, and I probably wasn't a junior boy then, but I think it's clear to a first-year law student that the legislation we passed was unconstitutional. And because it was unconstitutional, we were going to pay the ACLU attorney's fees. And it's real tempting to come to you now today and say, I told you so, you didn't listen. But we're about to do it again. This bill is not going to resolve the litigation that's in the courts that even I think the Attorney General, the Secretary of State, they basically acknowledge we're likely to lose. And when we lose, we pay the ACLU and the League of Women Voters and some other people's attorney's fees. And we're just going to do it again? This bill doesn't resolve the lawsuit. It doesn't truly fix the flaws with the entire concept. You prosecute people based upon their actions. And we're going to do it again. We're not going to resolve the litigation. We're going to pay the attorney's fees. And it's so tempting to say, I told you so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we had this debate when we originally heard 2618 about whether we should be listing specific activities that would put you in jeopardy of failing, of violating this statute. You know, we have laws in the books against impersonating a law enforcement officer, and we don't list, you have to be carrying a billy club and wearing a blue suit in order to be in violation of law. We just say you have to intend to deceive. And that's all that we're doing with this statute, is making it clear that you have to intend to deceive someone in order to be in violation of the statute. I have seen floating around this chamber a document decrying the Senate Bill 367 portion of this bill, saying that it would prevent us from using HAVA funds, would prevent us from using NVRA funds. That is not true. Those are funds that are designated by Congress, appropriated by Congress, for the purpose of facilitating elections, and they will in no way be in violation of the statute. This is about a state agency or a municipality taking money that is intended for something else and using it for elections. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2618. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carr votes no. Representative Concanon votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none. With 83 having voted in favor and 40 against the passage of House Bill 2618, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28. Colleagues, this is the Conference Committee that we had with House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means in regards to the differing items that we had in regards to each of the Chamber's differing items from the budgets that we passed. And so I'll just go through some of the highlights, some of the major items that we discussed when we were in Conference Committee with the Senate. The one thing that I would express is that the House did fairly well as far as maintaining our position, as there were many items in the Senate budget that was considerably higher in regards to spending than we had in the House. So we held our ground and made sure that we have less spending going on in the state budget. So the first item that I'd like to talk about is in regards to higher education, and that is we reinstated the comprehensive grants in 2025. And that would also go back to a provision that we had in fiscal year 2022, where we directed the Board of Regents on how they were supposed to split that money between public and private institutions. There's been a lot of discussion last session and this session in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so the Senate had actually cut each institution's budget, I believe by 5% in regards to DEI. And we actually negotiated and inserted the contents of what is, when we passed the House Bill 2460, I believe, the chairman of higher education, so that's embedded into a different bill. And so what it says is that if House Bill 2460 or any other bill with the like language passes, then the funding that was cut from the institutions is restored. And we also have a commitment from the Board of Regents that they're going to have an internal policy in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We did take the Senate position in regards to $4 million for the Central Immersive Training Hub, and that is with Kansas State University. And then also they were able to come to us and take our position in regards to the House Family Residency programs within the University of Kansas Medical Center. In regards to some discussions that we had, it actually was a floor amendment when we had the budget here. It was in regards to Valley Hope for drug rehabilitation. We had the dedicated funds coming from the opioid settlement that is with the Attorney General's office. and that was $2.5 million. The Senate agreed to our terms in regards to that. We did make a change that actually the board that overlooks those funds would have a presentation and review that project. They came to our agreement that we had on the House budget in regards to the 250 additional slots to remove individuals off of the waiting list for the physical disability and the intellectual disability waivers. So it'll be a total of 500 for each particular waiver. Now, in regards to the Medicaid reimbursement rate increases, this one was actually the one that was considerably higher than the House's position. The Senate had actually wanted to increase the Medicaid reimbursement rates to nearly $80 million. Ours was just a little bit around $40 million, so they were twice as much as we. They did agree to our terms as far as the hospital Medicaid reimbursement rates to increase that for all funds, $50 million. So they came down basically $28.7 million from their position, and they agreed to that. And then with the physicians, we actually went down a little bit on ours, and that was $30 million all funds for that particular reimbursement rate increase. The Senate did not have any bonds being paid off. And if you recall, when we had our budget, we had 4 bonds that we were going to pay off. We came to an agreement that we'd go ahead and pay off about $25 million in bonds. And so the 2 bonds that we're going to pay off is $20 million for a variety of capital projects throughout the state, and then paying off the $4.7 million bond for NBAF and the renovations to the State House. I'd like to discuss the maintenance, repair, and overhaul, or also referred to as MRO. This is something that we have been discussing for the 3rd year, and it keeps evolving as each year progresses. So the first year is supposed to be that we gave $7 million a year for 5 years to Wichita State, and then that was supposed to implement the program in Wichita and then also in Salina, and then it would fund the program eventually in Topeka. Last year, they wanted to expedite the program in Salina, and the House held firm and said, no, we're going to stick with the original plan. However, this year, that did change because the facility in Salina is going to go from 1 hangar to 2, because not only are they going to do the MRO retrofitting on the 777s, they're also going to have a painting hangar and facility. So when those are all up and running, the planes that are retrofitted in Wichita and Topeka will fly into Salina and then be painted and then go to the respective customers when they purchase those planes. So that's a total of $36 million. This was a Senate position, and we agreed to it because we recognized that there was a change in the MRO project. So $35 million is going towards the 2 hangars in Salina, and Salina is going to be putting in about $14.9 million themselves. And then we have $1 million that's going towards Topeka to start the site planning and the preparation for the project there. We have $5 million for commercial airports. So there's 7 commercial airports throughout the state of Kansas. This was an initial ask of $10 million on the Senate to have it basically a grant process with a $2 million maximum grant. We negotiated down to 5, and then having that be a $1 million maximum grant. In regards to star bonds, we have 2 star bonds that I'd like to mention that was in the conference committee report. The first is a star bond for Wichita State University for the innovation campus for a car manufacturing plant that's going to be housed on the innovation campus. And the other, I believe everybody is aware of the announcement that was made about a week and a half ago in regards to Mattel Adventureland coming to Kansas. It'll be the 2nd theme park they're going to be building, and one of the reasons that when I had discussions with the executives as to why they selected Kansas, it's because we had the star bond provision in our budget last year to secure that theme park as being a consideration for the state of Kansas, and that is the reason why Kansas was selected. And so the announcement came that that's going to be built in Bonner Springs. We had to have an extension for that in regards to the star bonds. I'd like to briefly cover ARPA. So we do have some American Rescue Plan Act money that is still remaining. The balance is roughly about $76.5 million. And so very similar to what we had in our budget when it passed this House. We had $20 million going to the Law Enforcement Training Center in Yoder. We had $30 million that was going to go towards Wichita State KU health collaboration. We had retail and housing that was going to go in Northwest Kansas. And then we also, with the State Highway Fund, projects that were going to be funded in regards to the increase in the dairies in Southwest Kansas, and then $10 million that was going towards the World Cup in 2026. That one item changed, and that was the Senate position in regards to the Wichita State and KU health collaboration. If you recall, last year we had $71 million that was going to go towards that collaboration. For whatever reason, the Department of Administration did not adhere to the legislation, and so we had $30 million that went to each institution for KU and Wichita State, $15 million each, so a total of $30 million. And the Senate position was to adhere to what we actually passed last year. And so we agreed to the $41 million, making that $71 million whole that we had in the budget last year. This should be the final amount that's going towards Wichita State and KU, because of all the years that we have been talking about this particular item between the two institutions, you're looking at a total of about $205 million that the state, through either ARPA or State General Fund, has put in towards this collaboration between KU and Wichita State. The next I'd like to talk about is we have some changes in regards to the Budget Stabilization Fund, which was actually in our original budget bill. And so that is going to be investing half of the amount that is in the Budget Stabilization or the Rainy Day Fund to a short-term higher interest bearing account so we can have more of a return on investment. And that is, we specified that it only be for 12 months, so it's similar with the actual fiscal year. As you recall, we nearly have $1.8 billion in our rainy day fund, so we're taking advantage of the higher interest rates and trying to get more capital on return. So the other thing I'd like to mention is in regards to the build program. I would say that the Senate, when we instituted this last year, didn't really understand all the details of build. This is actually a program with $50 million a year for the next 4 years to draw down more federal dollars to help out our communities and counties with projects or infrastructure needs that they might have throughout the entire state. So the final approval comes from the federal government. It does not come from the state of Kansas. And there were some projects that were not approved by the Infrastructure Hub, because that's the first step before it goes to the Legislative Oversight Committee, and then we send that on to the federal government. There were some, I think, misconceptions of what projects would be qualified and which ones weren't. And what the Senate wanted to do is basically turn that into a slush fund. And if the project was either denied by the federal government or denied by the Infrastructure Hub, then the Legislative Oversight Committee could pull that money out and fund that program if we saw fit. That's not the intent of that program. The program is intended to be a local match to help those local communities if they are granted a federal program. So we were able to maintain the premise of the build program, although we did agree that if you are a county of more than 20,000, then you would be required to have a 10% match, so you have basically some skin in the game in regards to your particular project. And we did have some concerns about that. And as I mentioned in calendar last night, and I mentioned this when we were in conference committee, I mentioned the county of Ellis that has a population of more than 20,000. But if you're the city of Shinshin, you wouldn't be able to qualify, and you'd have to come up with a 10% match. I found that, and my vice chair and the ranking member, we agreed that was unfair. And so what it says now is that if you're a county of 20,000 or you're a community of less than 5,000, or actually, let me take that back. If you are in a county of more than 20,000, you have to come up with a match. However, if you are a community within the county of 20,000, but you have a population of less than 5, that match can be waived. So that was one of the provisions that we had to help out smaller communities throughout the state of Kansas. We did have some modifications to the pay plan, very similar to the pay plan that we passed last year. where our focus is to bring the under-market state employees to market. We had some great strides last year in regards to that pay plan. We still have some work to do. We have about, this was in the governor's pay plan. So we have about 910 employees that we need to bring up to a specific level as far as what the wages are. But the other aspects of the pay plan are very similar to that we passed last year. And so all state employees will receive in some way a pay increase. So we didn't leave anybody out, including the Board of Regents. They're going to be receiving a pay increase as well. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just conclude and then open up for questions. If you look at the documents that are in front of you, fiscal year 2024, we are $432.2 million, all funds below the governor's submitted budget. And in fiscal year 2025, we are $962.7 million below what the governor had submitted back in January. I would also like to focus our attention to the profile that was included with your documents last night. So if you look at the ending balance, that is reflecting the passage of 2036, which was the tax bill that we shelved last night and sent back to conference committee. So if you look at that particular profile and add those numbers back in, even if you go to the outlying year of fiscal year 2028, you're looking at almost $1.2 billion ending balance for fiscal year 2028. And even if you do calculate the tax plan, we still are at above the 7.5% ending balance. So what I would contend with that, with those comments, is that we need tax relief for the state of Kansas and for Kansans. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Previous chairman did a great job. I just want to kind of elaborate on a few things that we talked about this session, putting money where it meets the road. In this budget is $50 million for our rural hospitals. It's a 33% increase in our provider rates. So as we've talked about this before, that's we're losing hospitals, and this will really help them. There's also a 9% increase in the physicians' rates, and that's a total of all funds, $30 million. Also in this budget, we have a HCAP hospital provider tax proviso, raising it from 3% to 6%. That'll bring home another $300 million. It'll take a couple of years to get that proviso through the CMS and all that. So I did want to elaborate a little bit on that. So in regards to that, right now we insure, in our Medicaid population, we insure 387,000 people. So with those increases in rates, that will improve the access to these people immensely. A lot of times we talk about Medicaid expansion, but if you can't get to the doctor, you can't get into a hospital. So this will increase the folks that we already insure, the access for them to providers. So, and then one final thing I might mention is that we've all talked about this, the 500 slots off of ID and DD and the PD waiver. We've talked about this all year. We made promises. That is in here. And there's also an increase of our frail and elderly personal care rates to $30 an hour. That'll keep more people in their homes where they can get care instead of going to nursing homes. So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on that. Thank you.
Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have a few questions for the carrier of the bill.
Yes.
So my question is under the Department for Children and Families, page 22 here. And I was asking about the added 1.8 million from the TANF fund for matching funds with a charitable organization to provide toiletry kits to public schools. My first question is who's the charitable organization? And do they get any kind of fees or processing from the 1.8 million? My second question is what does the toiletry kits consist of? And then my third question is what public schools?
It's for any public school. From my knowledge, when this was brought forth, this was actually something that was not included in each budget and brought into a discussion in conference, and it was in a package. I will say there's probably some issues with that because we don't know if really TANF dollars can be used for that particular item. But the charitable organization, I don't know exactly who it is.
Okay.
Because that was brought forth by the Senate.
Okay, and then we don't know what the toiletry kits are going to be either?
Not the specifics of it.
Specifics, okay. And I know you said any public schools, but is this gonna, as far as your knowledge, or if you know, is this gonna be distributed around the state of Kansas for all school districts?
Yes.
Okay, I have another question. Sorry. Okay. My next question is under the other state adjustments, page 30, and the deleted language requiring all state agencies and contractors with the state to enroll with and activity participate in E-Verify for verification of employment eligibility for FY 2025. What does that exactly mean?
Okay, so there was a floor amendment. If you watched the debate on the Senate, that would have the specifications of E-Verify to be in place for 26, 27, and 28. There were concerns with that in regards to, especially with the Department of Transportation, as far as complying with that specific item. However, when that floor amendment was made, it did not include fiscal year 2025, because if you remember in last year's budget, we negated 2024, but then said in 2025, you'd have to comply with having E-Verify used. So that was still in place, so we had to go and negate it. So that's why it says delete that provision for fiscal year 2025.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then how much is the cost? I might have missed it in all the paperwork.
The cost of,
The E-Verification.
since we deleted, there's no cost.
Oh, there's no cost.
No, there's no cost because we deleted all the provisions in regards to E-Verify.
Okay.
So nothing's associated as far as a cost.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Helgerson.
First, I want to apologize if I've been cranky to a few of you. This time of year, I get a little bit, we're spending a lot of money, so. And first of all, I think I probably owe an apology to the chairman because I was cranky with him. I have only the utmost respect for him and the vice chair. They're a pleasure to work with. However, I see figures differently. Earlier, I came down on an amendment and talked about $1.2 billion of one-time money that we had, and I wanted to use it for a particular purpose. That's what the governor had said, wanted to use in debt service and one-time expenditures. And first of all, let me make sure everybody understands. When people use one-time expenditures as a phrase, it's because they're trying to hide it and not count it as state funds. They want to put it off to a separate category so you can do other things with it. But it was $1.2 billion of money that the governor or the legislature wanted to spend for other things. I wanted to give it for tax reductions, but I wanted, first of all, to say that maybe we should look at other alternatives. The document that the chairman referred to has some, even after the estimated amount for 2028, we have $1.2 billion in beginning reserves. That's a lot of money than we've had in the past. But I look down at the bottom page of the page, And it says for this year, expenditures over receipts, $750 million. Next year, $373 million. Following year, $426 million. Following that, $365 million. You know, we have a spending problem. What happens in the appropriation process is we'll put whatever the ideas are that we have, and there are 165 good ideas here. But what happens in this 165 ideas, we pile them on top. We don't say, well, let's take off this one here because it's not as good as this new idea. We decide to add them on. And in the appropriation process, a lot of, in the conference committee, we decide to add on money on top of it. Now, this year it probably wasn't as bad. If you look at new spending, it was about $12 million, I think is what research told me. And that's not as near as bad as it has been in past. But overall, we're spending more money than we can afford because we're not taking in as much money as we had. Last several years, what did we blow through? $1.5 billion in ARPA funds and one-time money, as opposed to using it for other purposes. We said, now we have lots of money, let's spend it. Let's set up all these committees so we can spend it more efficiently. Well, we've spent most of it, but we still are going to have financial problems. And in the out years, we're going to be deficit spending. How many of your budgets or how many of your businesses can afford several years of that? There aren't any. Perfect example that I got real frustrated with in the appropriation process. We have, because of COVID, we had contracts in our state hospitals went up to $60 million. Wait a minute. It was 1 million to 60 million, and no one was saying anything about it. $60 million, and we said, because we had the funds, let's put it in. Yeah, we should start a lot of processes. And I just said, you can't operate a state if that's an example of how you're dealing with it financially. You've got to make the tough decisions. You know, gentleman from, is it El Dorado or Butler? Can't remember where you're from. But came up and talked about how much we put in for social services in exchange for Medicaid expansion. I'm not getting into the discussion about Medicaid expansion, except to say financially, we put in a lot more state dollars than we do through Medicaid expansion because of the matching federal dollars. We are making financial decisions that are not necessarily in the best policy and procedure of the state. And I say that about the $60 million, don't go back to it to the state hospitals, because it's gone to $60 million now. And until they're a temper tantrum in some ways, I said, I am not supporting this anymore until we have a plan. And subcommittee the other day, I think was ready to throw me out when I said, if this was a private business, we would say, all right, we're at 60 million. We can't do anything about it this year. Next year, it's going to be 55 million. And Madam Secretary, you deal with it. And Governor, you deal with it and solve it. We are not going to continue the raises and the increases. We are going to have you do what's expected of an administrator. Solve the financial mess that we have in the state hospital contract system or overall. The reason I get so concerned when I look at this is because I know what the problems are out there. In 2 years, this body and the body across the hall is going to try to do school finance. Boy, That's going to be a Donnybrook. You know, as much as I disagree with Madam Chairwoman, who's not here, she is trying and is making points about how the cost, what the costs are about education and what we have to do and deal with on K through 12. That is going to be a mess. And the solution is not going to come easy. And the normal procedure for the state when it has a problem, a financial problem like that, is we pump in more money. We want to make all sides happy and all sides whole. And you look at our projections, they're not going the way we need. They're going in the other way. Our Regents institutions were well taken care of in this process. But do we talk about that? Everyone that talks about the Regents and higher ed says that there is a cliff out there. We probably have, and we are spending more money on the institutions than we can afford. And do we look at the idea of cutting any of them back? No, we're going to just pump more money into them. There are crises coming financially for the state. And yes, and I said this in our caucus, this isn't a bad budget, but it's a precursor to problems that we are not prepared to deal with because we have not decided to say no. And I'll say a couple other points. You know, there is a shadow appropriation process that lurks in this building. The second floor is guilty. Leadership of the Republican Party is guilty. Democrats can't be as involved because we don't have very much. But part of the increases that have occurred in the last several years are clearly the responsibility of the party, of all 65 and the second floor, and nobody wants to control that spending. And nobody wants everybody to know what the spending is. I don't need to tell some of you, you know where the secrets are. Someone asked me, do I know where the bodies are buried? And I said, yeah, I can tell you how deep. Well, I'd made a decision for a couple reasons. I wasn't going to support this bill. In particular for two reasons that were discussed or came into conference. One was 15.7 million for Kansas border costs. You know, I understand it's a political attempt to put the governor in a bad situation. Heck, we got enough money problems in the future and now that we don't need to send money down there to deal with the border problem. And the federal government has plenty of money, can make more money if it needs it. And so does Texas. We have our own problems. Second reason was we put in, as a House, a policy to make sure that women have a second test in the state employee plan for breast cancer. That was taken out, not because of money. It was taken out because some people, and I won't name names, because of policy. We're not done with that. But the idea that it was taken out after all of us debated it and made some decisions, we made a policy. And when I talk about the other budget process that goes on in this, it also kills things quietly. That's something that shouldn't have been killed. So, for those reasons, but also for the future of the state financially, I'm not supporting this budget. And I'll tell you, I have no idea if I'm going to be back next year. But if I am back, that cap on state spending that I introduced that the speaker was kind enough to give me, and the chairman was kind enough to give me the hearing, and the governor's office was kind enough not to oppose. I'm going to pull it up out of the committee and try to get a voice vote to start controlling state spending, because that's our problem. We are spending too much money for the amount of money that we're bringing in. And if you don't understand that, go back to any small businessman in your district and ask them if they agree with it or if they disagree with it. Next year, we're going to try to cap spending more than ever before. So again, I appreciate your patience. I appreciate the chairman's patience with me, because I think all of you understand I can be a little trying. Some of you know that a little bit more, but it's time we get a hold of our spending. And again, I appreciate your time.
Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the budget process came to the floor, we were told in our caucus, if there is something you care for, bring it to the budget. Bring it to a budget. You couldn't get a hearing, bring it to the floor and let the people decide. It is my understanding that is not something everyone in this chamber hears, and that is a shame. I have seen people who have supported this bill openly and not openly abused and disrespected on many occasions. And for that, I am deeply sorry, because that is not how this place should run. $75,000. 3/1,000,000th of the budget. 0.00003. That's what was stripped for some reason. Was it politics? Was it special interest? Was it sexism? Was it pettiness? Was it spite? Was it a complete lack of regard for women's health care? These are questions I can't answer. It was discussed by the prior representative that many things were brought to the table outside of the chambers, so no discussion. A little math tells me, oh dear, that was $75.6 million. $75.6 million was spent that you had no knowledge of or no say in. But $75,000 for something that apparently a very large portion of us valued had to go. You know, $75,000 doesn't mean a lot in this budget. But I've heard from a lot of people in this chamber it meant a lot to them. I've heard from a lot of people in the gallery it meant a lot to them. $75,000 could be the difference of life or death to many people who work in this building. It meant a lot to my district, to the cancer survivor who lives across the street from me. It did mean a lot to my family and it meant a lot to me. But this isn't about me. This is about respecting the will of this chamber, and it is about prioritizing women's health care. We have money for planes. We have money for tree lines. We have $75,000 for a Kansas Penitentiary Museum, but not for women's health and not to enact the will of this body. I look forward to this grievous error being corrected in omnibus. And God willing, if I am back next year, I look forward to this bill seeing a real hearing now that the will of this body has been clearly made known. I will be voting no on this budget. And when I pull into my driveway later tonight, tomorrow morning, whenever we get out of here, I will look my friends and neighbors in the eye, and I will say to them that I fought for them until I could fight no more. And I hope you can say that to your same constituents.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier stand for a few questions?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a couple of specific things that, of course, not being in appropriations, I have a limited knowledge of what happens in the budget, but I see things that make me curious. Section 68, there is add 2.5 million for an industrial park project in a city in Kansas with a population greater than 6,000 and less than 6,500 that is located in a county with a population greater than 18,000 and less than 18,500 as of the 2020 census. That's very specific. Can you tell me?
It is very specific, Abilene.
Abilene, do we know what that's for?
It's for a industrial park, and I have some backstory in regards to this particular item. It's between what is Love's and Russell Stover's, and so there's an area where they need to have a water lift station. And so this was actually brought to us by the city of Abilene last year. And when we were formatting the build program, we had said, oh, this would be a great application for build. And they supplied an application, and the infrastructure hub said, no, you don't qualify. So we gave them a false hope, thinking that they would get funding through build, and they didn't. And they have submitted a subsequent application, actually more than $2.5 million, that actually we have approved in the Legislative Oversight Committee, and now it's being determined by the federal government whether or not that qualifies. What language is not in there is if it is approved by the federal government, that lapses.
Okay. Thank you. Further on in section 68, there's another $500,000 for one-time funding to add language for a pilot program to recruit new home-based childcare providers. I think I know what that's about, but I'd like to hear a little more information.
That is with the Department of Commerce?
Yes.
So yeah, that is a provision that was brought in. I mean, basically what it says is trying to find new home-based childcare providers. So we have childcare needs addressed throughout the state of Kansas and having those in, childcare providers who are in their home.
We heard in Commerce testimony from a group called Wonder School, and they were quite, basically it's a duplicate of what we already have in place through Child Care Aware. Do you know if that money is for that program?
Not specifically for that program, but they could obviously submit an RFP and apply for it.
Did this language include specifications on what the qualifications were to get this money? Because in the attempt in Commerce, it was written specifically in such a way that only this place would qualify.
I don't believe it is written specifically for them.
Thank you.
I wish I could tell you I was done, but I'm not. Section 53 under the KCC, it's add language to address water well contamination from abandoned wells located in Butler County and direct the agency to work with 2 affected landowners and limiting expenditures to $250,000 for the demolition of habitable structures located on both properties. And that's for a total of $500,000.
Yes.
Tell me what that story is.
Okay, that was a proviso that was brought up later. And this is in regards, as it says, for 2 homes that are in Butler County where they have oil seeping into their water source. And so because of these abandoned wells and the oil seeping into their water, they can't sell the homes. It's contaminated water. And so we had the proviso that would have them going through the abandoned well fund that we have established, which a couple of years ago we combined the 2 funds that were prior to 1996 and then post 1996, and now it's just one fund. Purchase the homes so they can be made solvent because of the issue with the abandoned oil wells.
And that was my next question. Is this coming from the abandoned well fund?
Yes.
Okay. I have more questions, but I do want to take a moment to remind the body that earlier this session, I talked about how the lack of regulation leads to a cost to taxpayers, and this is an example of that. We're paying for the demolition of homes because they're so polluted they have no property value. I think I have one more. Section 83. There's $600,000 SGF for one-time operational support for Envision for 25. I know a little bit about Envision and some of the work we do. I'm curious about funding the operational support for a non-state organization.
Well, and that was an item that I believe was in our initial budget, and so it's showing up as a difference because the Senate did not have it.
Okay.
But we had it in our initial budget when we passed that a couple weeks ago.
Can you give me a sense of what one-time operational support entails?
Just a second.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, I apologize that, and I actually have to retract what I said. Both chambers actually had that in their budget. So what it does is Envision, I think you're aware, they hire individuals that are blind. And so this is just continuing their operational support in hiring those individuals and having them have employment. They're looking up the actual specific language as behind, what is it, one-time operational support.
And I agree that Envision does good work. And I could be wrong, but it feels unusual to put that much money into operational support for a company, like a specific company, to say, we're going to give you this money for your operations. I do have one more question. Sorry, I thought I was done. This issue that was raised previously about this 15.7 million for Southwest Border Mission, does that language compel us to respond should the governor of Texas request assistance?
Well, if you recall some comments that were made by our governor this last weekend, and I'm going to say this in layman terms, but she basically said in an interview that she is the commander-in-chief and she deploys our servicemen with the National Guard. The legislature doesn't have any control over that. So it's under the auspices of the governor, our governor.
Okay. Is there any, I mean, there's money, or is the language specific to deploying like our emergency management, including National Guard, or is there some flexibility in how that money could be used? Could it be used for humanitarian efforts?
Well, I have two comments, because actually I was going to bring that up since it was brought up earlier. I'm trying to say this without implying what the governor will do, but I think we all know what's going to happen to this. But it would be under the purview of the governor on how she would want, if she wanted to send troops to the southern border, it'd be under her purview as being the governor of the state of Kansas, how she would initiate that.
Okay. I do think that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence, Bobby. Every year on the budget, I kind of come in at the end, and I haven't been involved in the process because we all get busy with our own work. But I do think I've listened to my friend from Wichita talk for a number of years, both publicly, and we've had the chance to spend a lot of time together privately. He's not wrong in his assessment of how we do this budget. And we all know this, we don't talk about it, but there's a lot of stuff in this budget that's pretty specific to individual people and communities, and we should probably keep a better eye on this budget. And certainly when we're talking about not funding things that are really common sense and really help people, and then we put in line items that are so specific that it's very clear they're intended to help just a small group of people or even an individual company, I think that we've not done our job very well.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I stand up and oppose of Senate Bill 23, echoing my constituents of House District 53's concerns, as well as what my colleagues have stated. You know, I just want to bring it out onto the record that while we're able to allocate funds for a legislative bus tour, vital resources that are being withheld to help students as well as help individuals live the quality of life they deserve. The most offensive thing about this is, once again, the bill pressures higher education institutions to comply with their DEI policy by withholding funds and making their budget even more strained. And I know that I might be alone in this issue of understanding, and that there are concerns. And I do appreciate, even though he's not present right now, I do appreciate the House Chair of the Higher Education Budget for at least considering this issue based upon a free speech and maybe some academic freedom. I just want to bring to attention, if you haven't seen this, is that I'm very offended based upon what the Senate has remarked, alleging that these discriminatory practices within state institutions are being done based upon not, quote, measuring the character, but rather we are measuring the color of the students and the employee's skin. I acknowledge that these comments may come from an outside perspective that's not properly informed, but I would encourage these individuals, before they make these comments, that they look at the history of higher education in the United States. In 1976, if we look around this office or this hall right now, 86% of students going to college were white. Today, the number is 55%. The increase, the most amazing increase, for example, has come from Hispanic students, in which the number since 1976 has increased nearly 3,000%. Why? It's because of these DEI initiatives. Universities should be the safe haven when it comes to protecting our students' rights to learn and entertain diverse ideas. Teachers should be trusted that they will have the opportunity to learn from their students. And our institutions, just like every other business in the United States, should have the autonomy to decide how can we protect all the stakeholders' interests in educating our college students, all Kansas students. You might recall I had a really good day. I had my son right here, Nathan, the handsome Haskins, did some chess here, right? And you may have picked up that I said that based on current statistics, 6 of these students will not be here in 6 years after they graduate college. What I didn't bring up is that several of them hadn't even identified a college yet. 2 of them had said it won't be in the state of Kansas. So our solution to this
is to go out onto the press and say, you know what? Our institutions are racist. Our institutions are picking people based on the color of their skin. That's exactly what the Senate has said. I don't understand how, even if we are off base just slightly on our view of the DEI and we're arguing free speech, how we just even tolerate the extortion of funds from our post-secondary institutions without any validity or proof. Faculty also have to write teaching philosophies in order for them to be accepted. Common practice. It's even seen in our public schools. Are we going to take that away? Are we going to take away the right for institutions to make sure that the culture of their campus supports the learning? How about if we just change the name? Instead of diversity, equity, and inclusion, let's make it cultural awareness. Let's make this inclusive environment of learning. Is it the name? DEI? Because guess what? That's what we're doing. You come forth and say, don't call it DEI. Okay, great. We'll call it something else. And we're going to be back here again. Why? Because we haven't taken the time to actually ask, what are we doing in higher education? The thing that I find very interesting is we'll bring up the retired colonels up here and we'll bring up the generals and we'll say, if we don't protect our borders, we will lose our rights, which I support. If we don't protect our skies, we will be in danger and our citizens will be less safe, which I don't deny. But I bring a colonel up here from education who was my colleague from Ulysses, who is a superintendent, and he informs you that we are losing the front line battle of education. What do? We turn around and face someone else. We don't even give them the respect on the side here. I'm not asking for you to view me as a general, even though I tell my kids they can call me Captain Kirk. I do question, though, our consistency. Do teachers need to wear uniforms and then we will respect them? Instead of using dry erase markers, maybe they need to carry rifles. Oh, wait, we do think that might be the case. I ask you to not be scared of our teachers. I ask you not to ignore the generals of education. I ask you to just entertain some rational logic. If you continue to restrict higher education, you will see one ideology, one race back in the schools. We've gone too far for that. They're not the enemy. Trust our teachers. Keep them accountable. They want that. But respect those that actually have the knowledge before we start extorting funds for no cause based on fear. We can take $500 million to protect the skies. I think we can actually spend 20% of that trusting and supporting higher education. Please oppose this. We can do better. Thank you.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question for the carrier of the bill. Representative, with the $50.7 million for the Southwest Border Mission, did the state of Kansas, did the governor of Texas ask us to
They
give them
haven't.
assistance?
They haven't specifically asked us, no, but this was a item that was in the Senate budget.
Okay, thank you.
Representative O'Hobbleson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, for the, I have a question. I just want to go back, thank you, by the way.
You're welcome.
I just want to go back to what our good friend from Hutchinson was asking in regards to the page 7.
Yes.
22. this was section 2. Second one. With respect to the, under the Kansas Corporation Commission.
Yes.
Were they the ones that actually brought the language with respect to the water contamination from the abandoned wells located in Butler County?
No, they did not. They did not bring it to us when we were in conference. It was actually by a representative who brought that to us. We're just directing the Kansas Corporation because that's where the fund is housed, is in the KCC with the abandoned well. And so since we're using that fund, we're directing the Kansas Corporation Commission to administer those funds in regards to that particular item.
That is for the water well contamination for those 2 properties, is that right?
With the oil that's from the abandoned wells.
Wells, okay, so they were the ones that came up with the $250,000?
That's about approximately what the value of those 2 homes are. So $500,000 total.
The 2 homes, okay. So if, say for another instance, another agency where it was to do the same assessment on another, you know, whether it's in Butler County, Sutter County, or whatnot, will they be the agency that will be responsible or to purchase those homes, or I'm just trying to understand?
We would, yeah, if the agency would come to us, or if we identify that it is better suited in that in particular agency in addressing those concerns, that's where we direct the money towards that particular agency.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to come down to the well to, first, I wanted to thank my Higher Education Budget Committee for your work this session. We did our very best, I think, in trying to thoroughly vet requests and things that came before our committee. And I appreciate my vice chair and my ranking minority member and your willingness to work with me throughout the session. One of the biggest concerns I have, though, being a budget chair and new to this position, is the fact that oftentimes you're asked for things. And if I say no, people usually go to the committee members and ask for the same thing. If they don't get it from the committee, then they can go over to the Senate. So oftentimes it feels like when we're trying to rein in spending, you get outflanked on the other side. There were some previous comments made about DEI and enrollment and some of those concerns. I will note that there will be a conference committee report. It's pending in the Senate for HB 2105 now, which is the new version of substitute for House Bill 2460. We met in conference the other day and we adopted the language we passed out with a vote of 81 votes supporting that. And so that was a strong House position. So the Senate will take up that bill. And it is my hope that they're able to pass that and send it back to us for consideration. The alternative is that Senate proviso, which was described earlier. It's much more harsh in the sense that it restricts universities on DEI in the classrooms and things like that. So our position was much more lenient in the sense that it was very narrow, it was very balanced to protect academic freedom and freedom of speech on campus. Also wanted to address the enrollment question. It had come up a few times before that we're spending more money, but yet perhaps we have less students at some of our institutions, and the enrollment cliff. So after the 2008 financial crisis, apparently the birth rate declined, and it has been declining ever since. And that is a huge issue for our state. It affects all of our communities and counties. It affects how we collect revenue, and it impacts our workforce. So in the recent census population estimate, it showed 78 Kansas counties lost population between 2020 and 2022. That is a huge, huge problem. And you see that reflected somewhat in the enrollment numbers at our higher ed institutions. So if I look at the numbers, and if you look at the system-wide total, that would include the technical colleges, community colleges, the Regent universities, and Washburn. The enrollment over a 10-year period is down 12.4%. And that's significant. If I look specifically at the community colleges, which we have 19, I believe, all of them saw a decline in enrollment over a 10-year period, with the exception of Colby Community College, which had an increase of 4.2%. The Regent universities had an overall decline, if you average the overall enrollment, of 7.6% over a 10-year change, but yet they are receiving more money. So those are very valid points that were raised earlier. And I do think we need to make some hard decisions moving forward, and I would encourage the folks across the street, the Kansas Board of Regents, our colleagues over there, that they would move swiftly to address those challenges. Lastly, I wanted to comment a little bit about going back to the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm looking at the Kansas Higher Education Statistics, their website. They have so much data there. It's really amazing. So if you look at system-wide enrollment based off of race or ethnicity, a 5-year change, system-wide total decline of white enrollment is down 14.6%. Black or African American is down 20.6% over 5 years. American Indian or Alaska Native is down 23.8%. Non-resident alien is down 28.4%. So I guess my point is we've created this bureaucracy of DEI on campuses, but yet if you look at the numbers, they're not doing any better than we were 5 years ago. So I'll leave that fact out there with the body. You can look it up at the Kansas Board of Regents website. There's stats out there. And what I've asked in committee when universities have come before my committee, I'll ask them, how many Spanish-speaking people do you have on your admissions team? And when I first asked it, I got kind of eyes got big by the person asking, but I was trying to make the point. Are you putting the money and resources where they need to go that's going to have a meaningful change and hopefully reaching someone that's first generation or maybe a first generation immigrant family and connecting their cultural perhaps challenges, or maybe it's a language barrier or something like that. And so that's what I want to encourage, to get real meaningful change. If we want to reach people that are maybe from underrepresented backgrounds, that we spend money and get into districts in areas that perhaps are lower income. Maybe they're inner city, maybe a rural area that's maybe economically depressed, but how much money are you spending in reaching those students at the sophomore year level, junior year level, and senior year level of high school? So those are just some things I will leave my colleagues with today, but I do appreciate Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, your leadership this year. It's been a pleasure to work with you and the Vice Chair and Ranking Minority Member, and I hope everybody has a good rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Representative Probst for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thinking back on my previous comments, and I'm not the kind of guy that brings a six-pack of problems without bringing a 12-pack of solutions. So I think I found one of the problems at Envision. Their CEO makes $646,000 a year. Their CFO makes $330,000 a year. And if you add the controller to that, they have their top three executives get paid $1.17 million. So that might be part of their operational deficiency.
Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for question?
Yes.
I would just like to follow up on the previous colleague or colleagues at this point with respect to the $500,000 for the contamination that I believe was in Butler County.
Correct.
And again, that was for 2 properties, correct?
Correct.
At basically $250,000 apiece, which was brought by a representative.
Correct.
And we felt like the $250,000 was a fair and equitable purchase to make them whole with respect to the contamination that was now in the groundwater. Is that how that was approached?
In regards to those particular properties, yes, that was the remediation to condemn those properties and purchase them from the individuals that own them due to abandoned wells that are seeping into the water.
Right. So the groundwater was contaminated, yes, nonetheless. So it would be fair to say that in that same area, if there had been 2 more properties, we would have equitably been able to provide $1 million, and 2 past that, quite possibly $1.5 million.
Well, that's subjective because it's only affecting 2 properties. Not to say that, oh, it's there going to be 2 more or 4 more. Right now, it's just those 2 properties.
Understood. So if I could direct your attention just a few pages back, there was a $1.5 million piece added to the budget. I'm page 12.
Under KDHE?
Under KDHE, yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that that was for groundwater contamination as well?
Yes, and there's actually some language that was added in conference specifically in regards to how that is, in regards to blood contamination with the water contamination that's going on those particular properties. Now, I would also keep in mind that this was added after our budgets have passed. So it should be a total of $0.5 million.
It's a total of 2.5. It's my understanding that the initial ask was for 3.5 million. Does that?
I know that the governor had, I believe, $1 million in her budget. The House and the Senate agreed to that. And then we added 1.5 million on top of that. So whatever the original ask that came to her office, I cannot say.
And that 1.5 million, that sounded reasonable and equitable at that time for those properties in that community. Is that
for the
correct?
Analysis of the contamination.
Okay, thank you. Time and time again, I stand here at the well and I draw a correlation to things that just somehow don't seem fair to me. So to give you a little backstory, we're talking about over 1,700 homes with groundwater contamination. Not 17, 1,700. And the original ask for 3.5 million, not to make those property owners whole, but simply to test those individuals to be certain that they're not going to die from some strange cancer that they have contracted because of the contaminated water that they've been drinking and otherwise utilizing. Yet when I look at the $500,000 figure that's provided for, let me do the math. Yeah, I think that was 2 homes versus 1,700 homes. When I stand here and say that things don't sound equitable, they don't look equitable, and it always appears as though for those people that look like me and those communities that look like mine, oh yes, you can frown, make all the noises you want, but this is what we're looking at.
Hold on,
2 houses
Representative.
in Butler County.
Hold on, Representative. The body will not be making noises during a speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. 2 homes, $500,000. 1,700 homes and 3.5 million for testing was too much to put in the budget. I understand that many of us aren't mathematicians, but I don't think we have to be to understand that there's a little something wrong with that math. The math simply isn't mathing. I'm not asking anything of you but to hear what I'm saying. And the next time that you think that, oh, he steps to the well and he brings the same thing up again, ask yourself why the same thing always keeps coming up and allowing me the opportunity to come to the well and bring it to your attention. 2 homes, $500,000, 1,700 homes, and we couldn't reach the 3.5 million. We had to limit that to 1.5 million, as opposed to giving it the same consideration as we gave those homes that are in another community, in another district, people of another culture and another color. Again, just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'll keep coming here and I'll keep pointing it out until at some point, someone's going to say, oh, well, maybe he is making a point. Maybe there is something worth listening to. Maybe we do need to look at ourselves and what we're doing and how we're doing it, because things just aren't fair. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the carrier of the bill stand for a question? Thank you very much. On page 2 of the yellow paper, section 77 here, could you tell me a little more about this line item?
This is money to increase the mental health and behavioral health inpatient services with these particular hospitals throughout the state of Kansas. So this is money to have more beds throughout those particular hospitals.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, if it increases beds. So the answer is yes. Thank you.
Representative Chuck Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask a question, please? From what I've been listening to, you could answer every question in this whole packet. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if I can answer every question, but I try.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. You know, when we were sitting in calendar this morning, gosh, I was looking through this and I was thinking, my gosh, how do we keep a person of this quality in the House of Representatives making less than $20,000 a year? Because he's very talented and very good. Yesterday, I voted against K-12 budget, but we have a representative from Augusta that's very good. And how do we keep her here? We ought to be thanking these people for what they do. It's unbelievable the quality of people we have in here. And for them to be up here supporting us in the state of Kansas, we're very blessed. And gosh, for them to be able to do this,
Representative, no props.
gosh, I can only thank them. Thank you.
The speaker recognizes Representative Oropeza for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Will the bringer of the bill answer her question?
Yes, I will, and I'll try to have an answer as that.
Thank you. And I appreciate your clarification on the last question. So under the Department of Health and Environment, there was increased funding for physician providers codes.
Yes.
Were nurse practitioners, CRNAs, midwives ever considered?
That would actually be a better question posed to the one that provided this when we had the Social Services Budget Committee, and that would be the representative from El Dorado. He went through the code starting back, I believe, in November on how we could increase the Medicaid reimbursement codes for hospitals and for physicians. So I would assume that they are included with that as well, but I can get you more information.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just had a few comments that when we look at the budget and we look at these codes, that we make sure that we're trying to include all providers, especially for rural Kansas. It's not always going to be an MD that's there. There's a lot of CRNAs, there's midwives, there's nurse practitioners. We should try to support all healthcare providers in our state. And when we're trying to increase those codes for one group, we should try to include all healthcare providers. Thank you.
And answer your question, I just conferred with Representative, and yes, they are.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
All right, that was fun. I do have to say, in regards to the one particular item, in regards to the breast cancer screenings, it was not out of spite. It was not sexism. And if you really know me, you would know that my grandmother is a breast cancer survivor. I have 2 aunts that are breast cancer survivors. So I actually took personal offense to some of the comments that were made in regards to that. And I would also say it was not taken out in the first round. Actually, it was numerous rounds that we kept the House position. And we even made a modification to that position. The Senate just wouldn't accept it because their intent is that it'll be included when we renegotiate the contracts for the state employees with the health insurance provider. The last couple things I would like to say is, again, if you take out the amount that was going to be affixed with House Bill 2036, in fiscal year 2025, we have an ending balance of $2.5 billion. And so I would just state again that we need to provide tax relief for the citizens of the state of Kansas. And the last thing I would like to say is that I want to thank the Appropriations Committee. I want to thank the Senate conferees for a very cordial discussion. I'd like to thank my vice chair and the ranking member. And then I definitely would like to thank my staff and definitely the research and revisor's office for all the hard work that you did this past week. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I close on Senate Bill 28.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 28. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Adam Smith is excused. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, members will be in their seats. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Lewis votes aye. Representative Osman votes no. Representative Humphreys votes aye. Representative Steens votes aye. Are there any further changes? Representative Ohabisam votes no. Any further? Seeing none. With 78 having voted in favor and 44 against the passage of Senate Bill. I already asked for explanations of votes, but I can go back for it. For an explanation of vote, the Speaker recognizes Representative Featherston.
I'd first like to apologize if the representative from Bunker Hill felt targeted. I would never question his integrity. I vote no on Senate Bill 28 because of the deletion of the $75,000 for breast cancer diagnostic coverage in the state employees' health insurance program. Kansas breast cancer rates are 5.3% higher than the national average and have been climbing since 2014. The fact that we cannot agree that women's health should be a priority is appalling. This chamber overwhelmingly supported this measure, and for that I say thank you to my colleagues. But that we caved to the Senate regarding employee lives is unforgivable. Signed, Representatives Amix, Carmichael, Featherston, Haskins, Haswood, Heiberger, Hoagland, Foy, Martinez, McDonald, Melton, Meyer, Miller, Dennis, Miller, Silas, Miller, Vick, Neighbor, Orapezo, Poskin, Probst, Robinson.
Representative, you are out of time.
And
are there any further explanations of votes? Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Speaker, I vote no on Senate Bill 28. However, I do appreciate that the state of Kansas has now set a floor to the home values with groundwater contamination. 2 homes in Butler County are being condemned and reimbursed at a $250,000 figure apiece. I look forward to my bill being heard next session that will apply the same formula to the groundwater contamination and ask the state to appropriate $425 million to allow the homeowners of the 29th and Grove area in Wichita to be able to find new housing so that it will not poison them. Thank you.
Any further explanations? Any further changes of votes? Seeing none. With 78 having voted in favor and 44 against the passage of Senate Bill 28, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. House Bill 2492 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. Are there announcements? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Commerce Committee will be convening with the Senate Commerce Committee again on SB 467. That is the travel and tourism bill that the star bond language is in. And we are meeting right upon recess in room 218 North, 218 North.
Representative Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House and Senate Judiciary Conference Committee are meeting right now in room 582.
Representative Estes.
My apologies. We have done a fantastic job of assigning 3902, the Brown versus Board of Education resolution. Once we dismiss from the floor, I'm going to stay here for 15 minutes. So if you missed signing it, your last chance is as soon as we leave.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess. Representative Landwehr for an announcement.
Health and Human Services Conference Committee will meet in 142 South upon a recess.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 4 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The House is in recess. The House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not adopt the Conference Committee report on for Senate Bill 271 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Tarwater, Bourgeon, and Probst. The Speaker recognizes Representative Ellis for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 292.
Senate Bill 292 was passed in the House 23-0, passed in the Senate 40-0. It had no opponents in committees, and it updates statutes related to the Kansas Army and National Guard. It provides for adjustment of death and disability benefits, was extremely low. And it authorized the appointment of state judge advocate by the Adjutant General. Also, 2392 was moved into that bill, and it updates the Kansas Code of Military Justice relating to certain definitions, unlawful acts, and punishments. The bill updates language in the Code of Military Justice. It was requested by the Adjutant General Department. I move that the adoption of the committee report on Senate Bill 292.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The carrier of the bill did a good job explaining it. We've heard a lot of this before up here, so it's nothing new. It's a good bill, and ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Body, this is how you say it. I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 292. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Representative Clifford votes aye. Representative Wahhabism is excused. Representative Underhill votes aye. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Members will be in their seats. Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 292, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Howe for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2105.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2105 contains the contents of substitute for House Bill 2460, which we passed on final action on March 21st by a vote of 81 to 39. That bill went over to the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. They weren't able to work the bill before deadlines and such. So a vehicle was found through this conference committee process, and the contents of HB substitute for House Bill 2460 were inserted into the House Bill 2105. So we met in conference this week. We made the offer to the Senate to adopt our language, which we passed. And this bill dealt with prohibiting post-secondary institutions of higher education in the state of Kansas from certain actions concerning diversity, equity, or inclusion. Primarily, it was those statements that were being conditioned as conditioned for employment. And so they accepted our offer, took it back to the Senate, and they voted on that today. And they adopted the conference committee report on HB 2105 by a vote of 28 to 11. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on HB 2105. And I'll stand for questions.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the carrier of the bill answer one question for me? The proviso that was brought forward by the Senate, what all was contained in that?
Okay, so the contents of HB 2105 are intact. It's the same language in which we passed HB 2460 out of this body. However, in the budget process, the Senate took a position. They didn't offer companion legislation like we offered. They offered a budget proviso. And basically what that budget proviso does, and it was in the budget bill that passed earlier, passed the House and the Senate, but that budget proviso basically will withhold 5% of SGF dollars that are appropriated in fiscal year 25 from the Regent universities for salaries, contractual services, and commodities for each of the institutions. And that 5% is over $35 million. So they set up a whole process for requiring the chief executive officer of each of the Regent universities to come before the State Finance Council and certify that they're no longer doing certain things regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. But their proviso also gets into a lot more areas than our bill does. It affects research proposals, and things like that. So I know there's a lot of concern by the universities about that, and many of you may have heard some of those concerns. So basically, they've made it such that if HB 2105 does not become law, then their proviso withholds that money until these universities can come before the State Finance Council and certify that they're no longer doing these things. And there's a whole list of things here in the budget language.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your explanation there. That's all I have for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see HB 2105 getting any better, and we've had a lot of discussion about diversion, equity, and inclusion today. I do believe that we're just not making this bill better. I think, in fact, we might be making it a little bit tougher on our post-secondary schools. With that, I would ask you not to join me in not supporting House Bill 2105. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just kind of want to reiterate what the chairman just said. So when we were in budget negotiations with the Senate, with Senate Ways and Means, the Senate had the position of cutting the institutions by 5%, which he said was, $35 million. So it was reflective for each institution that they were going to be cut by 5%. We negotiated the language into the budget bill that says if 2460 or a bill of like language passes, then that money is restored to the institutions of higher learning. So we need to pass House Bill 2105. Otherwise, they'll be subject to that 5% cut for DEI.
Representative, you may close. Nope. Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier of the bill? It feels like blackmail or like we're being held hostage or something. If we don't pass this bill, then they're going to cut 35 million? Is that how the bill is written?
Well, HB 20.
Nobody will be in the main aisle during session.
Oops.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the intent of HB 2105, when we worked our bill, what I wanted to do is do it in a responsible way. HB 2105 and the former substitute for House Bill 2460, it does not prohibit institutions of higher education from doing diversity, equity or inclusion training. It doesn't prohibit them from teaching that in the classroom or anything like that. It just prohibits institutions from requiring applicants for employment to compel them to produce a statement on diversity, equity, or inclusion, or any other ideological statement.
Right.
So I wanted to do something that was responsible, that respected academic freedom and the First Amendment. But the Senate took a different position and offered a budget proviso. So that's nothing.
They're holding your bill hostage.
I am still trying to advance what I think is a better alternative to the Senate position on that. And I would hope that perhaps maybe we could get some more support today so we can avoid a messy withholding of $35 million to the State Finance Council and requiring the universities to come up to certify they're not doing a whole host of things. So.
Okay, thank you. Boy, this is a mess. It still feels like the House bill is being held hostage, but the other thing is, if we didn't have this House bill, we wouldn't be in this position in the first place. So we really need to be careful about bills that we construct, and and I appreciate the representative wanting to do it in a responsible way, but feels like it's backfired on us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Hobson.
Will the carrier stand for a few questions? How you doing, by the way?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. I had a great lunch, by the way.
All right. Does the, from your last comment, you did say the provisor prohibits hiring applicants, is that right? That have a view on diversity, equity, and inclusion, is that what the provisor said?
You're asking about what is in the budget bill?
Correct.
So basically, I can read it here. It says, the chief executive officer of a regent institution shall certify to the members of the State Finance Council that such regent institution has eliminated asking for statements of commitment to or requiring examples of past, current, or future experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion in the application and hiring process for any employee or volunteer position, the admissions process, the tenure review process, the annual review process, the promotion process, research proposals, and training requirements in diversity, equity, and inclusion for any employee or volunteer position. That is a student, tenure review, annual review, promotion, and research proposal. Then upon of such certification from the CEO, the State Finance Council can approve the expenditure of the monies and basically release those monies back to the institutions which they're for, so.
Does that include athletics?
So this is, athletics are closely held organizations by the university. So,
Right.
but it does not affect the athletic department
So we're not,
per se.
so in other words, we want, a university can, with respect to DEI, universities, if they decide if they want to diversify their athletics department, they can do that, but not education department. Is that what you're saying? Or is that what the provisor, is that what the provisor says? Or is that what we're voting on? I guess that's my question.
No, this doesn't affect athletics. When I've done some research into what the difference is between the athletic corporation, K-State University, University of Kansas, Wichita State University are 501c3 entities. The only employee that is an employee of the university is the athletic director. And from what I understand, that is a stipulation or regulation of NCAA.
But most of the students or students, faculty could be employees of the university, not NCAA.
There are some students that hold university jobs and some that work for the athletic department, yes.
But it's all part of the university, not NCAA.
What's that?
It's all part of the university. You know, the university, not NCAA. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, you're saying if the university, well, okay, go ahead with your answer.
No, you go ahead. I was trying to understand what your question is.
My question is the athletics department not part of the university? That's my question.
It's a separate entity. Even the athletic director, even though they're considered an employee of the university, they are paid with athletic dollars from the corporation or the 501c3. So no SGF dollars pays for any employee at an athletic department. So they are not affected by HB 2105. They're not subject.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for your explanation. Thank you, everyone. With respect to this bill, I cannot support it at all. Eliminating DI, of course, you know, I don't understand why we're actually doing it. Kind of like what my colleague from Johnson County did say. Looks like we're holding hostage, universities hostage for money. So, if you value education, but at the same time we have athletics, we want to want to pay more attention to athletics, but doesn't apply. I disagree with that. I think it's across the board. So I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I think we would do better if we wouldn't just say DEI. Often by just saying DEI, it doesn't say anything, but if we said diversity, equity, and inclusion, when you say those three words, it's not the same as DEI. Diversity is what we are in this room. We are all diverse. Big towns, small towns, all kinds of things. We are diverse. So I cannot see what is wrong with diverse. You look at a salad bar, it is diverse. Equity. The definition of equity is the quality of being fair and impartial. We're talking fairness. And inclusion, all of us want to be included. We want to be invited places. We want to participate. We want to be together. We do not want to be left out. So if we would put it all together in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I cannot see anything negative about those words. It's our interpretation of it. The precursor to diversity, equity, inclusion was affirmative action. And the Supreme Court ruled on that. And affirmative action only said we will level the playing field. So what is wrong with looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion? I see nothing wrong with that. It does not exclude. I don't exclude anyone. I include almost everyone. I will vote no.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if the carrier of the CCR would stand for a couple questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
I'm kind of sitting back there and listening. I'm wondering if we aren't really missing the point on this. Is there any part of this bill that we're debating, does it prevent or prohibit diversity?
No, it does not. It doesn't prohibit, the only thing it prohibits is from requiring, universities requiring statements on diversity, equity, or inclusion as a condition for employment. And so that's what the whole genesis of this bill is. Universities were requiring as a condition for employment, say you wanted to apply for an assistant professor of precision agriculture. That was one example we found and shared in committee. As part of that application process, they would not consider your application unless you had produced a statement about your commitment to diversity, equity, or inclusion.
But if I was a person of color, say, or a minority, that would not prevent the university from hiring me. It'd just be that I would not have to produce that statement that said that I pledge allegiance to this.
Correct.
Okay, so in other words, we're just preventing a litmus test. We're not preventing diversity or equity or inclusion.
Correct. And also, if someone were to voluntarily produce, say, a statement about their background on uh, their work on diversity, equity, or inclusion, they wouldn't be, the university couldn't count that against them.
I just wanted to
So
make
it
sure.
goes both ways.
I just wanted to make sure I had that right. Thank you very much.
Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for question?
Yes, I will. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you define for me DEI? Who does that include? As a definition, who is included in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
So HB 2105 affects anybody applying for employment, whether you're a student, faculty, or non-faculty position. It would prohibit an institution from discriminating against you for either voluntarily providing a statement on diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it also would prohibit them from requiring that as a condition of employment.
I don't think we are answering the question. I need for you to define what people or persons would be included in this group.
It would affect persons that are students, faculty, or non-faculty.
We're still missing the question. When you're speaking of a people that are diverse or equitable or included, you can Google it if you would like. There's a definition.
I don't understand your question, but if you'd like to make a statement, I'll back away from.
I mean, this is a secondary issue. I find it really strange that we're using the term and we haven't even identified what that term means. That part to me is just almost inexcusable. But again, I would allow anyone to define that, and we all have these things that I won't hold up because it's a prop that would tell us what it is or who is included in that group. And many of you would be happy to know that it's not just people of color, but it also encompasses ages, abilities, disabilities, genders, religions, cultures, and sexual orientations. So it's not just those people of color, it includes all of that. So are we saying that if we, I believe the previous speaker said that we couldn't avow some sort of an allegiance to any of those aforementioned items, and are we saying that, are we saying the same thing about someone who is possibly disabled? Because they're part of this. That would be a question. I can't support this. We can't even define it. Thank you.
Representative Potter Parshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the carrier of the bill stand for some questions?
I'll do my best.
So my question is DEI a concept or a group of people?
I believe it is more of a concept. It's not a person. It's weird to say an ideology would be a person.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all I had.
Representative Probst, I will remind the body that it's happened a few times today. Hissing or any other moans or groans or anything else that people are saying at the well is not permitted. Restrain yourselves. Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for a few questions? You refuse to answer questions? Okay. I will first start by saying I think that's a dangerous trend that we're allowing to happen in here. And we're making light of it a little bit, but I want to take a step back and talk about process. The floor is an opportunity to have a discussion and a debate for the rest of us who haven't had a chance to hear a bill in committee. So if we're going to get into the business of not answering questions on the floor, we're not actually having a full debate. The questions I would like to ask, which I don't have at the ready, and if we want to take time, I can find them, but we had a post audit on this requested by the carrier of this bill. And one of the points I think is worth making is, I won't belabor it too much. One, every college and university define DEI completely differently. And one of the issues we had in actually conducting the audit was that there was no universal definition. Some universities said it included anything that was ADA compliant, anything that made a student successful in college fell under their DEI policy. Another issue that we had was that it was very hard to figure out what a college was actually spending on DEI, because if an hour of class time is being dedicated to it, how much is that being counted? There wasn't like a solid way. So maybe the carrier on his closing can explain some of this. I find it really unfortunate that we're not answering questions when the discussion gets a little uncomfortable. And I think that's a dangerous trend that we're seeing. But we don't have a clear definition of DEI, and I just want to make sure we're clear on that. It's a very, when we go out and do an audit and we try to talk to the universities about this, there's a lot of difference of opinion on what falls under DEI. So I think in this body, we're having a discussion about this one thing that maybe we're thinking it's one thing, but when we put it in application, it's quite different, and it's a lot more broad than we think. And so it's unfortunate we can't have a discussion on that, but I can at least raise that point here from the well.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. As I understand the history behind this, we weren't around, most of us, but back in the 50s, institutions were requiring people to sign loyalty oaths. That was offensive and found to be unconstitutional. And now we're however many years later, decades later, and we have institutions requiring people to essentially swear to a political ideology before they can be hired. It's interesting, we're talking about what it means to be diverse, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that, in fact, is the crux of the problem here, is those terms, at least a few years ago, were pretty benign. In fact, most people would say that's a good idea. The problem is they've been politicized to the point that in many cases, it's not DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, but DEI, division, exclusion, and intimidation. And Exhibit A to that point is a few months ago at Stanford Law School. I mean, my alma mater, and I'm embarrassed by this, but there was a Fifth Circuit judge that was invited by the Federalist Society to speak. And there was a mob of students that didn't want to hear him. And so they came in and made a scene. And he asked who? The head, the administrator in charge of diversity, equity, and inclusion to come and allow him to speak. And what did she say? She got up and said, "Excuse me, sir, but it's, quote, not worth the squeeze to protect your right to speak." So my point is that diversity, equity, inclusion, the term has been politicized, and the problem is here that we don't want to require people to swear to a political ideology before they get a university position. And so for that reason, I support the bill.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and colleagues, I will try to be quick because I already used up my time last time, but I can't sit and listen with good conscience to comments that actually have no relevance of what's going on in higher ed at this time. You mentioned a pledge. I've never taken a pledge in 22 years in higher ed. But yet I have signed a code of conduct when I worked in the retail business and in the private sector. Are we going to go after them? Because I have to literally sign that so it's on my HR file. Folks, when I was hiring high school employees for the movie theater, if they took their application, they folded it up and stuck it in their back pocket, I wasn't going to hire them because they didn't have the respect of my position and my company to not just toss it in the back of their hands. You have the obligation as a steward of institutions to make sure that the students are being respected. Obviously, they need the DEI statements because there's a history of not trusting that teachers are doing what they have. Matter of fact, the last few comments have all been about, well, they're signing a pledge, or this isn't about race. You haven't been in a classroom when you see students from different countries and that they are trying to understand, but yet because I'm a white male, they're intimidated by me. You haven't been in a classroom to see individuals who are low socioeconomics, first-generation students, and that they realize that if they get this college degree, they are going to triple the income for their family. We have an obligation to make sure that every Kansan has the opportunity to learn. But what is the most disappointing thing of this whole discussion is last night we stood together. We said, Senate, we're not going to take it. We're going to send that tax bill back, and the whole room erupted. Matter of fact, we got gavelled for being too celebratory. But yet we hear the carrier of our budget come up here and say, we have to sign this or schools are going to lose money because the Senate is sticking it to them. You can ignore me if you want, but that is hypocrisy at the highest here. What is it? We're going to let the Senate dictate to us what we feel is best for our students? Well, we better do it. And I tried really hard to make this as fair as possible. You'll vote your way, and I thank you for the extra time. Please vote no on this.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2105. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Not seeing 10 hands. Call is not in order. Representative Sutton votes aye. Representative Christie Williams votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, Representative Hoy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on HB 2105, requiring post-secondary education institutions to post and make publicly available on their websites all training materials for students, faculty, and staff on all matters of non-discrimination, diversity, equity, inclusion, race, ethnicity, sex, or bias in exchange for funding violates the academic freedom theory and is a violation of the First Amendment.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Representative Howerton votes aye. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 81 having voted in favor and 40 against the passage of House Bill 2105, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Estes for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2465.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to work with this bundle of bills. It includes the Adoption Tax Credit Bill 2757 that we voted for unanimously. It also has other bills that were considered by the Senate, and this Conference Committee report has passed the Senate 29-10. The other bill that was included in here had two parts. The first part was an adoption tax credit that is 100% of the federal adoption tax credit. And it also has a tax credit for pregnancy resource centers and a sales tax exemption for pregnancy resource centers. And I love these set of bills because I think they do a wonderful job of helping children to find their forever home and get a healthy start in life. And I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the Conference Committee report. Now, there are three parts in here, and really, two of them are fine. I support two of them. I support the adoption savings accounts. I think that's a good idea to help people to be able to save money for these adoptions, which are very expensive. And I support increasing the adoption tax credit. But the part I have problems with is the 70% tax credit and the sales tax exemption for the pregnancy resource centers. First of all, 70% tax credit is very, very generous. You know, we're not talking about a deduction, we're talking about a credit. So if you give a $1,000 contribution, you know, if it's just a deduction on your taxes in Kansas, then the maximum you get from that's $57 benefit on your taxes. But with this tax credit, a 70% tax credit means you get 70% of that donation. So you're getting a $700 tax break for that $1,000 contribution, as opposed to a maximum of $57 on a deduction. So it's very, very generous. I don't like tax credits that high, period. And the second thing is the sales tax exemption. You know, these clinics have the right to exist. You know, they have the First Amendment right. You know, they can do what they want to do because, you know, to get this money, one of the services they have to provide is preventing abortions. Like I said, they have the right to do that, but the state should not be funding that. That's abortion is a legal health service. And if you want to try to encourage people not to get abortions, it's your right to do it, but we should not be so generously funding it with state funds and giving them a sales tax exemption. So I have a hard time with that part of the bill. And for that reason, I'm voting no, and I urge you to do the same.
Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Will the carrier of the bill answer some questions?
I will do my best to try.
Okay, great. So my first question is how many other nonprofits get 70% sales tax for their charitable contributions?
And that would be beyond my range of knowledge.
Okay. So you have no idea how many other?
I am not
nonprofits?
an expert in tax credits.
Okay. My next question is, are pregnancy resource centers regulated? Do you have any knowledge to that?
Could you be more specific how you mean regulated?
Regulated, I mean, we're giving them 70% of a tax credit. Is there certain regulations they have to fall under? I know they have a right to exist, but are they regulated like the Board of Healing Arts, Board of Nursing, anything in the state of Kansas that regulates them to ensure that they are providing the resources in which they're getting this sales tax exemption to guardrails, guidelines?
Regarding guardrails and guidelines, yes, they must have a dedicated phone number for their clients. They have to have a physical office. They need to be open for a minimum of 20 years for work. And they have to offer their services for free. And I think that's pretty significant that it's for free. They're not out there attempting to make money. And they have, when, and not all do, because some do referrals, but when they do provide medical services, they are required to use, this bill requires the use of people who fall under the Board of Healing Arts, nursing, and so on. So all of those medical professions are regulated by their own governing bodies.
Okay, so they do provide procedures, and then so
I said,
when they
I'm
do,
sorry.
okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to correct that. I said that if they provide, many do referrals. Sometimes they do have doctors on staff or other medicals on staff. So I would not say they provide, because that would imply they do it all the time, but I said if.
Okay, and another question that was in this bill, it's talked about certain charitable organizations. Is there a specific group that's going to be receiving this, or is it across the board?
So the bill, two things I really like about the bill. Number one, it caps how many credits can be given. It's capped at $10 million, and only $5 million of that could go to any one organization. So that makes sure that it gets spread around. There are 59 different organizations that could qualify.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I do appreciate the carrier of the bill answering my questions. I am more concerned about who is regulating these facilities. I mean, we're talking about $10 million and healthcare professionals who may just be volunteers. They don't necessarily have to have an active license, or what regulations are undergoing in regards to what services they provide. And if they all don't provide the same services, then what really benefit are we providing the state of Kansas? And I also wanted to make sure that people understood that it's an interesting thing to have a sales tax exemption for a certain group of facilities, but not for all. And I would encourage everybody to vote no for this. Unfortunately, it does wrap up some wonderful adoption things that I did vote for. But $10 million is just an awful lot to go for one organization, and to have a 70% exemption credit for a particular group, I feel is very much too targeted. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the conference committee report on HB 2465. I think the adoption savings accounts and the adoption tax credits help children to find their forever homes. I believe that the pregnancy support services are important, because there are women who need a little help to get to where they want to go. And maybe they're planning on keeping their children, and they'd like to be able to ultimately access the many services provided by Kansas that will help them. Or maybe they want to make sure that they have a healthy pregnancy in order to put their child up for adoption. So I think this is a wonderful thing, and I hope you'll please join me in supporting it. Thank you.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2465. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on House Bill 2465. While I advocate for providing meaningful support for Kansas families, I do not believe it is a proper use of state dollars to fund pregnancy crisis centers. They have been found to operate unethically by the American Medical Association with studies published by the AMA Journal of Ethics that establishes that many of them lack quality of care standards and engage in deceptive practices. I cannot give $10 million to organizations who lack ethical standards and accountability. I am joined by Representatives Myers, Featherston, Carmichael, Neighbor, Hoy, Hoagland, Heiberger, S. Miller, Weigel, S. Ruiz, Schlingensieben, Oropeza, Melton, Martinez, D. Miller, Nikki McDonald, Kirk Haskins, and Dan Osmond so far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Berquist. I think the body likes donuts, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative from Wichita. I urge your support of this measure today. My brother was taken care of in a facility similar to what we're talking about in 1940, 15 years before I was born, 48 years before I found out he was even alive. What's wrong with life? What's wrong with taking care of life? It's not a belief. It's the reason why we're all here, is we were taken care of. Thank you. Please support this measure, HB 2465. Thank you.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 83 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of House Bill 2465, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2547.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Bill 2547 Conference Committee report. Within that bill, we have House Bill 2596, which is our controlled substance bill. This passed out of this chamber with 120 to 0. It also has House Bill 2547, which is our school emergency medications. And the Senate had removed the liability provision, but we got that put back in a conference. So it's the way it passed out of this chamber, 116 to 4. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support my chair in Health and Human Services and urge your support for HB 2547. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2547. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Collins votes aye. Representative Owsley votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2547, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Agree to Disagree report on Senate Bill 232.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, this is House sub for Senate sub for Senate 232. And actually what we put in that bill is House Bill 2653, which we passed March 27th, 83-40. It is providing for child support orders for unborn children. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Agree to Disagree Conference Committee report and that a new conference committee be appointed. And I'll answer any questions.
Representative Osman.
All right, House. Yesterday was a practice run. Today, look, there was no roll call vote yesterday. There was no division vote yesterday. So whoever voted yes on the Agree to Disagree yesterday, water under the bridge. We are going to take it from scratch. We're going to let bygones be bygones. I know that we can all be friends. I think they said, you know, so it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but I will be there for you. Let's all just vote no and move on. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
I close and move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The Speaker the Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Lewis, and Osman as conferees on part of the House. The script does say Owens, so you're welcome, Representative. As conferees on part of the House. The introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 5027 by Representative Hawkins, Crofton v. Miller. A concurrent resolution extending the 2024 regular session of the legislature beyond 90 calendar days, providing for the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Kansas, the Senate concurring therein, that the 2024 regular session of the legislature shall be extended beyond 90 calendar days, and be it further resolved that the legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on April 5th, 2024, and shall reconvene on April 25th, 2024. And be it further resolved that the legislature may adjourn and reconvene at any time during that period on and after April 25th, 2024 through April 30, 2024, but the legislature shall reconvene on April 30, 2024, at which time the legislature shall continue in session and adjourn sine die at the close of business of the daily session convened on April 30, 2024. And be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of the Senate and employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purposes shall tend to their duties each day during periods of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the governor and conducting such other business as may be required. And be it further resolved that the members of the legislature shall not receive the per diem compensation and subsistence allowances provided in KSA 46-137AA and B, and amendments thereto, and any day within a period for which both houses of the legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays excepted. And be it further resolved that members of the legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature, when authorized pursuant to the law or by a legislative coordinating council, the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment for which members are not authorized compensation and allowances pursuant to KSA 46-137A, and amendments thereto shall receive compensation, subsistence allowances, mileage, and other expenses in amounts prescribed under KSA 75-3212 and amendments thereto.
On HCR 5027, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HCR 5027.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Here's the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on House Substitute for Senate Bill 143, Senate Bill 410, Senate Bill 438, House Bill 2176, and House Bill 2501.
Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Your Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that request by Representatives Dodson, Hobson, Humphreys, Croft, Proctor, Ballard, Barth, Osmond, Butler, Underhill, Mosier, Delperdang, Landwehr, Bourgeon, Williams, Beeler, Carlin, Susan Reese, Meyer, Haskins, Titus, Waymaster, Eric Smith, Ellis, and Blue be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates.
The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader to adopt the calendar and printing report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries. Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdill.
Democrats will be back on the floor at 7:30, and what? 1940? Go ahead. Yeah. Assuming we will be back at 19:30 tonight, we will have agenda after first recess. Please come back.
All right, seeing no further announcements, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you want to be here and do that, that's fine. But, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 19:45 or 7:45 p.m. I was trying to tell you that.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will come to order. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Did you want to say anything first? Okay. Yeah, you need to make an announcement. Okay, Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess over in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 8:05 or 20:05. There you go.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on substitute for House Bill 2036 and has appointed Senators Tyson, Peck, and Holland as conferees on part of the Senate. Senate adopts the conference committee report, agree to disagree on House substitute for Senate Bill 232 and has appointed Senators Warren, Wilborn, and Corson as second conferees on part of the Senate. Announcing adoption of HCR 5027. The Senate concurs in House amendments to Senate Bill 333 and requests return of the bill. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on Senate Bills 19, House Bill 2098, and House Bill 2760.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2501.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2501 started out as Senate Bill 271. First time it passed the Senate, it had a vote count of 27 to 13. We never worked it in the House. We had some problems with it, so we worked with the Senate a little bit, made it a little bit better in conference. And when it just passed out of the Senate, it passed 36 to nothing. So House Bill 2501, as it's presently constituted, would require a railroad to maintain a minimum distance of 250 feet between a near edge railroad crossing and railroad rolling stock stored on sidings if the railroad crossing does not have electronic warning signals. And it also gives authorization to KDOT to determine greater or lesser distances if there's some locational issues that require that. You know, I was talking to one of the representatives from Sedgwick after this, and he was sharing a story with me about the first time he was on Kansas Week, and part of that was when a young lady was killed, because what happens is you have some trains parked close to the intersection, and it's a double-tracked area, and another train will come cruising through, and you get broadsided because you don't realize anything's going on. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the conference committee report, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The Chair of Transportation did an outstanding job explaining what the problem is and what we've tried to address. And I would, at that point, not belabor the point and ask you to just vote for House Bill 2501. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2501. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Nguyen votes aye. Representative Penn votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2501, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Representative O'Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Colleagues on your desk, you should actually have a invite from me on Monday, April 29th. Here at the Capitol on the 3rd floor, we're going to be commemorating the 70th year of the Brown versus Board of Education. I do believe our good friend from Wyandotte County, from the 35th District, does have a resolution that he'll be presenting that day. Again, the time will be at 1 o'clock on the on the 3rd floor here. So again, I want to invite all my colleagues, not just here, but our friends across the rotunda. So, no. But yeah, please, if you're available, please join us that day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Stogsdill.
Democrats, we will calendar at 8:44 in room 152 South.
The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Trying to find a happy medium in there. Okay, Republicans, we will calendar at 8:45. Why not? Let's be a little different. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 9 p.m. or 2100.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. The House is in recess. House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House and Senate Tax Conference will meet immediately in 112 North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
All right, folks. So it's that time of the year. We did this one time last year, tried to avoid it this year, tried to get as much stuff as we possibly could do. But this time, right now, I'm gonna ask you guys to suspend the midnight rule. Now, as I did last time, we actually have already called several of the hotels. We made sure there's plenty of rooms. If you're too tired to drive when we get done tonight, we have people that are willing to drive and take you to the hotels and do the things. So, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 2311, I move that House Rule 101 be suspended to allow the House to meet between midnight and 8 a.m.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Heiberger for discussion.
Okay, friends, thank you for your patience. I was hoping not to have to give this little speech one more time before we leave, but here we go. It's not a good idea to make laws when the people who are making the laws are tired and grumpy and want to go home. We owe it to the people who send us here to do our work in the light of day when they can watch us. It is disrespectful to the people who work for us to make them stay up this late and even farther, and some of them have to stay up even after we go home to do their work. And my cat is going to be mad at me when I get home. I would encourage you to vote no on suspending the midnight rule. Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this motion. This is dangerous. Not everyone will get a motel. Certainly, there will not be a fleet of taxi cabs awaiting all of us to drive us back to our apartments or our motels. The evidence is clear that drowsy driving is as, if not more, impairing than driving drunk. People are killed because of what is proposed here to violate the midnight rule. Our former colleague Bob Bethel died on his way home under very similar circumstances. It is not worth it to us and our families. More importantly, it is not worth it to the people that we may meet on the opposite side of the center line as we decide that we can drive home when this is over with. I personally, one night, left after one of these sessions, heading, I think it was just to I think I was living at the Ramada, I'm not sure. I pulled out of the State House parking lot and proceeded to make a right turn and drive the wrong way on Harrison Street. Stone cold sober. Just because it's a short trip doesn't mean it's not a dangerous trip. You can kill people by violating the midnight rule. The midnight rule was adopted for very, very good public safety reasons. There is nothing that we're going to accomplish tonight or as the sun rises at 8 o'clock in the morning that we can't take up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I know that may be inconvenient. Some of us have vacation plans. Some of us have family obligations. This job isn't always easy. Sometimes you have to put aside your own personal conveniences because it's your duty. It's also your duty to the people you may kill on your way home after a late night session. Now, my colleague from Lawrence points out clearly it's the wrong thing for our constituents. People who are drowsy make bad business judgments. People who are drowsy and forced to work by their employer beyond what is reasonable make bad judgments. We owe it to our constituents to follow the rules, to recess at midnight. If the work isn't done, I'll change my plans for Saturday, and I suggest that each one of you should too, for your safety, for the safety of your fellow citizens, and for the business judgments that we are about to make here tonight. Please do not do this.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the maker of the motion stand for a question or two? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I am sorry. We have done this in the past. We know the history of the past. One of the things we never have an answer on is, okay, if we go to 12 o'clock, how organized and how long are we going to be waiting between bills to come to us? Because there have been hours, I mean, we've sat here on this floor from 1 to 3 sometimes with nothing. That's not a good thing to do. I think if there is a commitment on the part of leadership that says,
Representative, is this a question or?
yes, it is. Thank you. I think if it is a question of what kind of timeline do you have, and can you guarantee that kind of a timeline, or are we going to be doing the sit, wait, that's what elongates it, and that's what gets us in trouble. That's asking for a fair answer.
There's a lot of variables in there, as you know. I can guarantee you there will be a little bit of waiting as you go through the process, but we're trying to get this thing done now. And I've asked, you know me, I try to run these things as efficient as possible, try to move things along. That's why we've been doing this the whole day rather than waiting till the end. That's my commitment, that I will try to move this as fast as I possibly can as we go through this process.
My concern, if I may ask again, is that without a commitment, and I understand you can't foresee everything, but if you know where things are in the timeline to some extent, many of us do not. You know a little bit more than we do. Let me just put it that way. If that cannot be a commitment that we're not going to be sitting here waiting for 2 hours for a printing of something, which is a total waste of time, makes it later and more unsafe, then I don't think this is a wise decision. Would you concur?
So I think it's fair what you're asking. The point that I've seen from all the committees out there, they're working hard to get through with things. And I know one of the biggest things we were talking about here are the tax bill, and it's already being worked and they're going through the process. And so while we're waiting for that, we're not sitting here just standing around. We actually have 7 or 8 bills to do right now, and we're going to continue to do that. My hope is that we're done by midnight and we're out of here long before this thing even happens. I'm just making sure we have that availability so we can get things done as fast as possible, not to sit here and hang around. Although I think it's a very beautiful thing to see the morning, but I'd rather not see it this morning.
Most of us don't like the sunrise from here. Buddy, I have been up here 14 years and I've lost too many comrades, too many peers, too many brothers and sisters, because I know we all want to go home. But that kind of sitting and waiting and getting more tired is what makes us inefficient, not making good decisions, and clearness comes on a clear day. I do not support this motion.
Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bobby, I don't know if you guys remember, yesterday we fought for a new tax plan, and that's exactly what we're doing. So let's toughen up, let's get a tax plan, and let's work for the people of Kansas, and let's vote this, and let's keep going. Don't lose hope. Let's keep working on it. And I just want to mention to my friend from Wichita that Bob Bethel had a heart attack. Thank you.
Majority Leader, you may close.
All right, come on. This is, so again, as I've said before, I try to run things as efficiently as possible. We've done that. You've seen that. Now, I would tell you, we are one team here all across this chamber. So if somebody knows that somebody's not ready to drive, they're tired, let's step up and drive with them. I would offer to drive myself, but you might be in more danger if I'm driving. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move my motion.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. The Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 467.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 467 was a bill that we voted on a couple of times in here. We passed it through here last year and then again this year. Has to do with the Council on Tourism and Travel, moving from expanding it and then moving it from agriculture to commerce. This time we made a change in the Commerce Committee because it was germane to a Star Bond bill that we passed last year that never got out of the Senate. The Senate did agree to some of that bill, but not all of that bill. And so when we met in Commerce, we moved a couple of the important items into this bill. The first one was the food sales tax fix. And I think you all know what that is because these Star Bonds are paid for with sales tax. There are some grocery stores in some of the Star Bond districts, and we cut sales tax hopefully to zero tonight sometime. But we've got to make up the difference in order to keep the bondholders whole. The next thing we did was for in the rural areas of, I think it's 50,000 people or less, it's really difficult to sell bonds in an area that has no commerce yet when you're trying to build up commerce. And so the risk is kind of high, the interest rates are high, and so we've allowed them to, in the past, have bonds of up to $10 million that they just self-reimburse. This changes it to $25 million for those rural areas. Also added historical theaters to it, and there was also a bill that came over from the Senate. It was on the consent calendar and passed, I believe it's 38-1 for the Port Authority for Wyandotte County. They had requested that, and you normally just do that through the consent calendar, but since we are no longer on GO, and it fit in here, we added to it for economic development. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chairman of Commerce did a good job explaining it. There's a lot of good policy in here that we've been working to get done for a couple of years, and I'm glad that we have it in one package here. Encourage your support. Thank you.
Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Minority Leader for returning my jacket to me. And he says it looks better on me than it did on him. But anyway, I have a question for you. You said area of population of 50,000 or less. What defines an area? Is that city, county, district?
I looked it up earlier, and I don't recall. I think it was a metropolitan area of 50,000 or less in the adjacent areas, but I'll get that information to you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to raise the point that the replacement money for sales tax revenue, there are currently no Star Bond districts that depend on food sales tax, that is, have a grocery store in them, that are not meeting their projections. So we're subsidizing a program that is designed to be paid for by visitors' tax dollars, and that seems inappropriate to me. If they were failing to meet their projections because of the reduced sales tax, I think there would be an adequate argument for that, but I don't see a need to put SGF on top of what's supposed to be based on tourist dollars. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, on the sales tax thing, you can pay it off today or you can pay it off tomorrow, but pay it off tomorrow. You're still paying the same amount, but you're paying 8 to 9% interest on it, whatever the bonds cost you. And we have the money in-house today. We may not have it in 10 years or 12 years when the bonds would pay off. So we can either pay it today or pay it tomorrow with interest over time, and I think it's best to just go ahead and get it out of the house while we have it. With that, I close and I move to adopt the conference committee report. Thank you.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 467. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Has every member had an, no, I already did that one. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? And we will, okay, Representative Martinez votes no. We will wait for a few minutes while the people come back from conference. Representative Penn votes no. Representative Getz votes members will be in their seats. The speaker is excused. The speaker is excused. Representative Getz votes aye. Representative Christy Williams votes aye. Representative Bryce votes aye. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Representative O'Habasam votes no. Any further changes? Representative Estes votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 94 having voted in favor and 26 against, the passage of Senate Bill 467, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Ellis for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2760.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. HB 2760 is the Kansas Commission on Veteran Affairs wishes to change their name to the Kansas Office of Veteran Services, and also references the Veteran Affairs Medical Centers and across accreditations because of their service to the VFW and Legions. They also have 4 other bills included in this. This bill originally passed the House by 123 and the Senate 40-0. The first bill was 2833 that they blended in. It modifies the definition of veteran, disabled veterans, creates a common definition, each term clarifying disability evaluations and benefits for disabled veterans. It passed 122-0. HB 2831 passed 120-0. It requires that the federal disability determinations for veterans be probative. That means only federal requirements and facts will determine federal disability benefits, showing only the proof by federal officials. HB 2830 passed 120-0, prescribing documentation requiring determination eligibility for any benefits any service member is connected with a disability. And the last one, clarifying the definition of armed forces all across all bills to include the Space Force in them. They were requested by the Summer Veterans Meeting, commented by the National Guard, Kansas National Guard, Kansas Commission on Veteran Affairs, and the Military Officers Association. I move the adoption of the committee report on 2760.
Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing all the parts. It's a good bill, and I hope that you'll support us. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Representative, you may close.
I move the adoption of the committee report, and I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2760. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote. The clerk will close the roll. Representative McDonald votes aye. Representative Nguyen votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ballard votes aye. Seeing no further changes, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2760, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Agree to Disagree report on House Bill 2036.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2036 is the new tax plan. We had everything we thought signed and ready to go. The minority member from the Senate decided not to sign it, so we do need an agree to disagree. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I moved to adopt the Agree to Disagree Conference Committee report.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Conference Committee came up with a good product, and I support the agree to disagree.
Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Adam Smith, Bergkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on part of the House. Representative Getz is excused. Representative McDonald is excused. Representative Nguyen is excused. Representative Hoheisel is excused. Representative Owsley is excused. Representative, well, it's still open. Roll's still open. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Sawyer votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House. With 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 500, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Humphries for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 458.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, this is a day many of us have been waiting for over 7 years. This is a civil asset forfeiture bill that we have been working on, there have been many hearings, meetings, interim committees, judicial council committees, a lot of work from many folks, including our dear colleague, Gail Finney. And this is just a great day, a great evening that it's going to get done. So this bill, we passed out of the House 123 to nothing. There were just a couple of changes that we made in conference committee. The first one is that the Senate had a position that there would need to be a report that came to the legislature, and we agreed to that. That was great. The one other change had to do with putting some guidelines around when local and state law enforcement could request federal adoption. That was kind of the sticking point for some of this, was federal adoption. We put some guidelines around it, and the Senate agreed to it. And the great thing is all parties involved also agreed to it through a lot of give and take and working and tweaking just the right language. And so I think we've come up with a product that is great and that can really give a lot of honor and credence to the people who have worked so hard on it, and it's going to be good for the people of Kansas. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job explaining it. I would support this bill as well. There are quite a number of people that are in this room that have been working on this type of legislation for far longer than I have, but I personally have been working on it for about 3 years now. And I've learned a lot about the legislative process through it, through multiple failures, and then ultimately working my way through this bill to what I hope will be its ultimate success and passage. And it is possible to work with a wide variety of coalitions and factions that don't agree with you, that do agree with you, and pull together a fantastic bill. It's even possible to work with the Senate and get something done. So I think that this is really great, monumental legislation, and I hope that you'll support it. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 458. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Adam Smith is excused. Representative Bergkamp is excused. Representative Sawyer is excused. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Bergquist votes aye. We'll wait for conference committee members to come back. Representative McNorton is excused. Representative Penn votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative McDonald votes aye. Representative Getz votes aye. Representative Christie Williams votes aye. Representative Nguyen votes aye. Representative Owsley votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye. All those people are excused. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 458, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 271.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 271 was the drone bill that we passed and we passed. Went over to the Senate last night, and it was a little too complicated. They wanted to clean it up and make it a little easier, so they sent it back to Conference Committee, and we made some changes to it. So we basically the bill now just basically says you cannot you cannot purchase a drone after July 1st, 2024 that's from a country of concern. You can still own it, you can still fly it, you can still buy parts, and you can buy parts for it for the next 3 years, unless you can't find the parts anywhere else, and you can continue to buy parts for those drones for as long as the shelf life is. When they're done, and you can't buy them, you cannot replace them with a drone from a country of concern. We also left in there that the state agency cannot contract for purchase any services from a foreign principal. That section was still in there. it just got too confusing trying to figure out the depreciation and the buyback, and they couldn't sell it, but we had to take them. So all that stuff's out of the bill, and it's just now you can't buy a new drone from these companies. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question for the chairman. I was going to see if you could explain to me if this bill's depreciated since yesterday.
Yes, yes, it has. And so have I.
Thank you. Particularly to my members, we didn't get a chance to caucus on this. And we talked about this the last time this was up and we had to go back and conference on it. The key thing to note, I think, is that that provision that had the fund that would reimburse people or agencies for drones, that's been removed. We're not sending the drones to K-State or Wichita State or wherever for disassembly now. That's not happening. So all of your questions about warehousing and what's the AG going to do with them, we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's more like the original bill that we had. This one has given me less trouble than a lot of the other ones. I'll vote for this. May have more comments on the other bill that we'll hear in a minute. But the other thing that I think is worth, and I think the chairman talked about this, we had a fairly complicated system. Like if the parts wear out, you couldn't replace them unless you went through a series of, couldn't get them anywhere else. This just says when it's done, it's done. It's kind of a way to do it by attrition. And so when the drones no longer have a serviceable life, then we move on. So I'm going to vote for it. You guys vote for it however you like, but it's, I think, a cleaner bill. And we don't have that pesky depreciation schedule that the Senate seemed to have a very hard time grasping.
Representative, you may close.
Now even further depreciated. Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 271. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? We will stand by for conference committee. Minority Leader Vic Miller votes no. Representative Steens is excused. Representative Osmond votes aye. Representative Lammer is excused. Representative Blue is excused. Representative Getz votes aye and is excused. Representative Christy Williams votes aye and is excused. Representative Hoheisel votes aye and is excused. Representative McDonald votes no and is excused. Representative Nguyen votes no and is excused. Representative Owsley votes no and is excused. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 90 having voted in favor and 30 against the passage of Senate Bill 271, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 172.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 172 was the land acquisition bill that we passed earlier this week. The Senate met with us and we made a few changes. We removed the naming of the countries and we referenced the United States foreign adversary, such as the term as defined by 15 CFR 74 in effect on April 1st, 2024. We did that just to reference the law and rather than name the countries. Evidently, we needed to put some training wheels on this to avoid lawsuits or to help the Attorney General win in a lawsuit. And that made it a little bit more constitutional in his opinion. So we made that change for him. Some of the other changes that we had, remember we discussed the number of miles for the boundary. We moved that from 150 miles to 100. That matched the CFIUS type law, so we kind of came into conformity there. We made some changes to make the bill more like we wanted it. It was written a little differently than we discussed the other day. And that was discovered during the conference committee as far as giving somebody their day in court. There was a lot of discussion about the taking of land. And so we made it so that you've got 90 days from the enactment of the bill or from acquisition of the land. You've got 90 days to report it to the Attorney General. And the Attorney General can look at it and say, yeah, you're in conflict with our law or not. And then if you are and you want to go ahead and start the process, you'll have 360 days to divest. If you want to have a day in court, you have that option, and that court date will probably take quite some time, so you'll be here for a lot longer. And once if there is a guilty verdict, then you'd have 180 days from that guilty verdict in order to divest. And along those lines, the Attorney General wanted us to be sure that there was a way for us to reimburse some of these companies that are already here that have purchased businesses or land, and they are here legal now, but they won't be legal after this bill passes. And if they end up having to divest, they may not be able to get fair market value for their land or their business. And so the Attorney General wanted to have a fund available in order for him to defend the case and then settle with the differences between the fair market value and what they received for the sale of the business or the land. We removed the reporting requirement. So there was a lot of concern about people, calling in and reporting people because they might seem to be a foreign adversary. So in order to avoid that kind of situation, we just made it so that the Attorney General, we leave it up to him. He can do his own research and try to figure out if there's anybody here that he needs to prosecute, and leave that all up to him. We also have a reporting mechanism in here each year on or before March 1st. Of each year, the Kansas State University will send a listing of all foreign land owners' ownership to the Attorney General to help him with his research and investigation. I believe that was the bulk of the major changes that we made, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll let the ranking address kind of the changes actually in the CCR, but I just want to note that last week the U.S. Justice Department announced that an actual foreign adversary in Kansas was charged with crimes related to a years-long conspiracy to sell advanced aircraft technology to Russia. This person was the third to be arrested in connection to this case. However, this person was not Chinese or Russian or Cuban or North Korean, Venezuelan or Iranian. This person was Latvian, and the two others associated were U.S. citizens. Every time we even try to broach the topic of gun safety in this building, we say, bad guys will always find a way to get around the law, something to that effect. These foreign adversaries that we're all concerned about in here are far, far more advanced than people just trying to commit a crime with a gun. And then they're going to be pretty easily going to be able to get around a really broad state law like this. Like I said in my prior remarks, to the extent that this bill does anything, and I don't think that they'll be able to do much in terms of actually keeping Kansans safer from foreign adversaries. I think it'll mostly just affect normal, everyday Kansans and immigrants trying to live the American dream. I urge you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I don't think we discussed this specifically in agenda today, so I'm just listening to it at the well and hearing some of the changes that have been made. The changes that were made in terms of taking out the countries of origin, I think is actually a good change, so that we can actually have fluctuation based on outside factors. That said, a lot of the other changes don't make sense or aren't required. Like the modification from 150 down to 100 miles is irrelevant. It is still literally the entirety of the state of Kansas. And they can't just say in the bill the entirety of the state of Kansas because complications to do that. So they put, for security risk, 100-mile radius. He said, the carrier of the bill said it's because of CFIUS's, to match CFIUS's rule, but CFIUS actually has a 1-mile radius around military installations. That's their recommendation. So I'm not sure why we couldn't do a 1-mile radius if we were to try to enact something like this. The big question I have is I'm trying to gather up how much money we're actually giving to the Attorney General in this bill that was not under the original bill, and how much money we're giving to the Attorney General as a slush fund to defend against lawsuits that are inevitably going to happen because of this bill. You know, that I don't, do we have a fiscal note on this? Because when we get to closing, I'd really love to find out that information of how much money we are giving to the Attorney General, because that is very concerning to me, just in general, but that we actually have to preemptively defend this against lawsuits. Why not do this in the first place? This is a bad bill for the state of Kansas, and it is a bad bill in particular for Johnson County, where I represent. So for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Representative Prost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's late. I don't like to spend time debating the details of things particularly when it's this late, and particularly when we've been conferencing this thing the way we have today. But I think it's important to highlight a few things and a few things that changed, and I hope that you'll stay with me as I walk through them. Before I get started, I want to say a couple of things. On our side, I feel like the majority leader, I never liked this bill from day one, but I want to say that the majority leader, I felt, did listen to people and try to take their concerns into consideration. And likewise, the chairman of Commerce. I will say there were some revelations that came through in the conference committee from the Senate side that I think are a little foreshadowing, and I want to talk about those in a minute. There are a number of changes, but there's two that I want to focus on. And the first is what was mentioned previously about this fund, which I want to clarify is not, my understanding is not really a fund, and I will apologize in advance if I misspeak in any way, because this was I don't remember how many times we conferenced on this, but it was a number of times to try to get this figured out. The way this works is once this law goes into effect and you're a foreign principal and you have assets in the state, then you have to go through this process of self-disclosing, and then you have a time window to divest those assets. But then if you don't disclose that, then there's a court process where the Attorney General can take you through court and force the divestiture. But this is what concerns me, is in order to what we've been told to make this more constitutional, we said that if such defendant is ordered by the court to divest such defendant's interest in the real property, and such defendant had acquired such interest prior to July 21st, 2024, such defendant may file a claim against the state pursuant to Article 9 of Chapter 46 of the Kansas statutes annotated, and so on and so forth. So I want to be clear what that means to me. What that means to me is that if we do, in fact, as we've been told, have Chinese nationals in our country right now operating, or if we have anyone who's a Chinese national who has ill intent, they have between now and July 21st to buy a bunch of property. And then if they are forced to divest that property and they don't get fair market value for that property, we will be using, listen to me very carefully here, we will be using Kansas taxpayer dollars to pay for the forced seizure of Chinese national property. That's what that clause, in my view, does to me. So if you are afraid, as we've been told, that there are operatives in this country right now, then you're about to vote on a bill that will pay them so we can take their property from them forcibly. There's one other part that bothers me a great deal in this, and there's a new Section 8, and it's on data collection. Data collection says that Kansas State University shall use available data and resources to prepare and submit a report to the Legislature and Attorney General on all foreign land holdings. All foreign land holdings. So any land holding in the state of Kansas that's more than 10% owned by any foreign interest or any investor is now going to be part of an annual report that we put together. I don't know if you guys remember some of the freak out we had a few years ago about contact tracing or any of the things that people didn't like that were going on during COVID. But right now what we're doing is we're giving authority to do this reporting in a very broad and invasive way. We're basically going to be reviewing every land transaction and acquisition in the state. And we're going to do a report, and we're going to say who owns what land, where they're from, and how much of it is owned, not by countries of concern, but by any foreign interest. This is a pretty invasive data reporting system. And I think it's going to have a chilling effect. That maybe doesn't strike you at this moment as a big thing. And I hope that our friends in the business community will speak to this at some point. But I think that's going to have a chilling effect on investment in the state of Kansas. If there is a chance that there's going to be some ramp up, some more fear around this, and we're going to say that we have a report done every year on foreign investment, I think that would be something that would cause pause for people who want to think about moving in the state and moving their location of their business here. There were some things that came out in the conference committee that I said I thought were foreshadowing, and some attempts by the Senate to put material into this bill, one of which would have given the Attorney General broad authority to add countries of concern to this. That didn't get in, but to me it's telling of where we want to eventually end up in this. We do have a provision in this bill that allows the Attorney General to make recommendations of countries that should be added to this list. He doesn't have the authority unilaterally to do it, but he does have the authority to make a recommendation, which I think, that would be submitted to this body, and some people in this body would be inclined to listen to that. The chair, during the discussion, the chair of the Senate, Fed, and State, who we conferenced with, made the statement that we will get sued over this bill several times. So you're voting to initiate a lawsuit against the state of Kansas, and we know this will happen. We know that we're allowing in this bill a pretty invasive data collection that we'll get every year, and that, I think, as I said, will have a chilling effect. But the most concerning thing to me, and should be the most concerning thing to you, is that if we believe, and I said a week or so ago, that when we're afraid and we're in fear, we are not making sound decisions. And I think this bears that out. You're about to vote on a bill based on fear that is going to use taxpayer money, in my opinion, to pay for the seized land of foreign nationals if you believe that they're in this state now operating in an ill intent manner against the state of Kansas. I'm voting against this, and I would encourage you to think about this before you cast your vote.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We said earlier today that this is the last day, and that we make sacrifices and we stay and we fight for what we believe in. Well, not many days ago, I sat right here and stood right here, and we talked about this bill. Ever since then, there's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of water under a bridge. There's been a lot of hay made. There's been a whole lot of misinformation. Things that were going around had nothing to do with our position. It was less than 72 hours ago, we were so proud of ourselves and how we stood together as a team. What was happening was those on the other side of the Capitol spreading things that weren't true, a bill that they never worked on. I understand the concerns. I've been to China. I don't trust them. They're a great trading partner. Why am I so passionate about this? Because agriculture is so important to our state, and to protect those companies that have been tremendous partners, been great corporate citizens long before they were bought by the companies that own them now. That's one of the crux of this bill. Is it a perfect bill? Absolutely not. But we all know, all of us have at least been through almost 2 legislative years, and know that many times we don't get what we want. Sometimes we get what we need, to quote another song. I know the hour is late, and I know many of us are running on fumes, but this is an important bill. They worked hard on the drone bill, to get something that I think is workable. Are there things that may need to be done on this bill? Absolutely. But I want to thank the majority leader and the chair of the Senate of the House. Wait a minute. It is late. Of the House Commerce Committee who stood their ground. Whether you like very little or none of this bill, those folks defended our position as members of the House. And that's one thing that we cannot forget. As we look at moving forward, I understand the fears, but I also understand this is a great opportunity. This is a matter of national security, but this is also a Kansas solution for Kansans. Many folks outside of this chamber have made a lot of rattle about what this bill is and isn't. But after going back and forth and making adjustments, the House stood their position. This is a good bill. And say it's a perfect bill, it's a good bill. I ask you to join me in supporting Senate Bill 172. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a couple of things. This slush fund that was mentioned is merely a reference in the bill to our takings laws that the Attorney General requested to be in there to make it constitutional, to let people know that there is a way they do have a chance. And if they were going to sue us, they were going to sue us under that statute anyway. We just had to reference it to make the bill more defendable. And that's that. As far as the list from Case State, you guys can all go to their website right now and click on a link and get the same report. This just is something that the Attorney General wanted. And so it was a simple thing in there that we all have access to, and we have access to a lot more than just that. This bill is an important bill. The exposure and the risk are very real, and we all know it, but most of us do. Those of you that are in the service and have any type of clearance, you know just how important this is. This could be the most important bill that we look at this year and probably over the last 5 years and maybe for the next several. If we do nothing, we could be in big trouble. This is about national security. This is about securing Kansans and protecting our welfare. It's as simple as that. Mr. Leader, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 172. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? We will stand by for our conferees. Representative Sawyer Clayton is excused. Representative Minix is excused. Representative Tarwater is excused. Representative Cywert is excused. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Christy Williams votes no and is excused, or votes aye. Ooh, yeah, that was bad. Representative Getz votes aye and is excused. Representative Nguyen votes no and is excused. Representative Owsley votes no and is excused. Representative McDonald is excused. Any further changes of votes? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 36 against the passage of Senate Bill 172, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 232.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, today I'm bringing you Senate Bill 232. This was House Bill 2653. Came out of Fed and State. It was kind of an orphan bill, didn't have a place to go. And so we were able to find a place in Senate Bill 232, which is why we had to go to the conference committee. This is the exact bill that we voted on previously, 83-40. It is about amending law regarding child support guidelines and asking the Supreme Court to establish that. The bill requires the Supreme Court to adopt rules that consider the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses for the mother of an unborn child and for the unborn child. This bill asks birth fathers to rise up and take care of their children. That's what this is about. And Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When this bill came up originally, I didn't speak on it because it wasn't part of a House Judiciary. I can't even say that I'm an expert on the information on the bill itself. There are others in this room that have more experience and knowledge as to all the nuances of the bill, but I can speak to a couple of things. First of all, there's a fetal personhood definition in it, and that's not even really the most concerning part. That's what a lot of us might be talking about or have talked about when it first came up. But that's not even the most concerning part, but I will at least address a portion of that. When you add in that fetal personhood definition, you complicate matters significantly in law for the state of Kansas. Let's say the Supreme Court in Kansas decides that frozen fetuses are people like another Supreme Court has done. And now you have this definition here. What happens in a storage facility that has frozen fetuses? Could they sue for child support payments? I don't know the answer, but I doubt any of you do either. It might get litigated, and won't that be a fun piece of litigation to go through the courts? The real concern is that beyond that definition, most everything else in this bill is already covered under law. Child support payments are covered under law when the child is born. You can get payments for birth when the child is born. All of that is covered. This is an unnecessary bill. And frankly, it's unnecessary from a time factor as well. The baby is in there for 9 months. The amount of time it would take between the time period that you've discovered you're pregnant to the time period that you have attempted to achieve paternity, determined paternity, gone through the court, had the court decide this and then issue a child support payment request, even under this bill, best case scenario, the child is already born. In other words, you're dealing with current law as it stands right now, even if you pass this bill. This bill is unnecessary for a variety of reasons, and I would urge you not to support it. Thank you.
Representative Oropesa.
With the carry of the bill, thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. With the carry of the bill, please stand up for questions.
Yes.
Okay, so my questions are, and anywhere in this bill, was it changed to fast track the legal process for the pregnant person or pregnant women?
Could you repeat the question?
Anywhere in the bill, was it changed in the conference committee to fast track the judicial process for pregnant women?
No,
in
this
order to
is the
start-
exact bill that we
Exact same
had.
bill.
Yes.
And nowhere in the bill does it state that we are going to mandate that the potential father has to give up their cells in order to test for paternity, correct? That's not in the bill?
No, that's not in the bill. The bill is about the court issuing rules and regulations, or sorry, not rules and regulations, requires the Supreme Court, yes, to adopt rules that will consider what are the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses.
For paternity, correct? You have to establish paternity before any of this is paid?
Just the same, I mean, it doesn't change that. It's the same as our child, it's in the child support statute. So it's the same as if the child was 2 or if the child is preborn.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have the same objections I did with the original bill. This does not fast track women when they're pregnant. We are tying hopes and dreams to this bill, which is definitely not going to happen. It does not mandate the fathers provide cells in order to establish paternity. You're still going to be chasing men for child support for greater than 9 months. And these poor women who are pregnant need help when they are pregnant. And this bill does nothing but give them false hope that they potentially may have something granted to them in the 9 months while they're pregnant, which will unfortunately not happen. And it will weigh down the judicial systems, as well as when fathers don't pay for their child support, they do end up in jail. So if they don't have a job and they can't pay, or the family members can't pay for them, is this going to tie down also our jails and have people who are incarcerated because they don't have the means to pay in the first place? Again, I would urge your support to say no. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to remind the body that this bill doesn't put any definition on the unborn child that we don't already have in our statutes. I read the statute when we heard this before. The legislature has already decided that the life of each human being begins at fertilization. That's in a whole nother statute. So that's not changed. The other thing is, I would just say, asking birth fathers to rise up and do what they should do with their children is a good thing for the state of Kansas, and it is in the best interest of the child. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 232. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Hoheisel excused. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Auerkamp votes aye. Representative Parter-Parshall votes aye. We will wait for our conferees. Representative Mon is excused. Members will be in their seats. Members will be in their seats. Representative McDonald votes no and is excused. Representative Martinez is excused. Representative Getz votes aye and is excused. Representative Christie Williams votes aye and is excused. Representative Nguyen votes no and is excused. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 82 having voted in favor and 38 against, the passage of Senate Bill 232, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bill, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2176.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2176 actually came across our floor on March 2nd of this year. It was passed out 110 to 12. It contains the basically the authority for Arc City and Udall public libraries. Their existing current libraries want to expand their scope of their district, basically to include the same district boundary as the schools. This bill is pretty big because it includes all of the parameters, the organization, the authority that these library districts would have. But I want you to keep in mind that this is kind of like the sales tax election authority that we passed. This does put into statute how these library districts are structured and how the new board would be structured, but we are not passing that into law. This is an authority to have the election. The school boards can have the election to adopt this. It's still up to the people, the voters of these areas, Arc City and Udall. Let's see, Arc City, it's USD 470. And for Udall, it would be under the district boundaries of USD 463 for the people to vote on whether or not they want this. That was as the bill passed the House chamber. When we went to conference, there were several different things that happened in the Senate. They put another bill in and then they took it out. And then in conference, they wanted to include what was Senate Bill 529. That is the Dwayne Peasley Technical Training Center District Act. There's a technical training school in Douglas County that operates very much the same way these library districts do. They have a district and they want to basically make this into a county-wide district to be financed by a maximum 0.5 mill levy. And again, this is the same as the library districts. They just want this legislation gives them the authority to hold the election and ask their voters on whether or not they approve this new district for the Peasley Technical Training Center. I did do some research. We've actually passed as the House, we passed this bill. It was House Bill 2175 back in February of 2021. It passed then 122 to 2. And I think with that, Mr. Speaker, that's essentially the contents of the bill. So I will move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2176, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body. I'd like to bring a few things to your attention on HB 2176, specifically the SB 529 portion that they put in this bill that deals with the Peasley Tech Center in Lawrence, which is part of Douglas County within my district. First, I'd like to say Peasley Tech is a really great resource for our area, and I have nothing but good things to say about it. But I want you to know this is the very first time that this bill has been heard in the House, and it has not been voted on in the Senate floor either. This bill would actually provide the opportunity to put on the ballot a half-mil tax levy on all tangible property. So that could mean houses and cars. We have already in Douglas County been extremely overtaxed. And I know we're trying to work on a bill to decrease property taxes. This would be an opportunity to increase the taxes in Douglas County. We have not had a chance. There's actually 4 Douglas County legislators that just learned about this tonight the same time I did. I've spoken with leadership, I've spoken with our tax chair about this, and I've spoken with the tax chair in the Senate that represents both Shawnee and Douglas County about this, is aware of this as well now, and is in support of doing something different here. So there's much more to this. What I would like to do is get the support of the body here. And what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is make a substitute motion to not adopt the conference committee report and a new conference committee be appointed so we can fix this for HB 2176.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for discussion on the substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we calendared on this, it was brought to my attention there were some issues within the bill. The current bill allows them to levy a property tax, a mill levy of up to 0.5. It does maximize that. They can't go above that. But there is nothing in the bill that requires the current funding through Douglas County to be reduced by that amount. That and several other concerns that the former representative had brought to my attention. If it's the will of the body, I think we do need to send this back and pull this out so we can have a little bit more understanding on exactly what it's doing and why. I don't remember the discussion 3 years ago. It went through House local government and then it passed before the body, but I just think there's some things that we probably do need to clean up before we move on. So I would support this motion. I'll let you decide for yourself how we want to go on this.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close. Hold on. Representative Amix on the substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, we had the opportunity to look at a similar bill 3 years ago. And several of you that were in a local government committee, we heard a great presentation by the director of the school, and one that we were all very proud to say that we could support. If you'll recall, that particular bill did pass 122-2. And we learned about Peaslee Tech and the success that it is bringing not only to the young folks in Douglas County, but throughout a lot of Northeast Kansas. And I think that, you know, the success of this school is something that has surprised a lot of people. We started, I think it was about 9 years ago, with an enrollment of 0, and in the second year we went to like 300 young people. And it's one that is very good. You know, the big thing is...
Representative, we are currently discussing the motion to send this back to conference.
Yeah, I sit here and I look at this, and I think that there's been a lot of discussion about this. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Douglas County, but I think that it's time to vote and move ahead. I know that the libraries that are part of this bill and Peaslee Tech also, I think it's time to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question or two for the carrier of the substitute motion, please. Good evening, Representative. I apologize. I was snoozing in my chair and didn't quite hear everything that you said, and we haven't even made it to midnight yet. But this Douglas County provision of the conference committee report, has it passed either house of the legislature this year?
Appreciate your question. Thank you for that. No, it has not passed this year or last year.
That was my next question. Did it pass last year?
From what I could see when I looked up the bill number, no, it had not.
So as far as you know, this Douglas County provision has not passed either house of this legislature during this biennium or this term for us of office. Is that correct?
That is correct. And based on what our tax chair had also stated, this was, I think, 3 years ago, so prior to our serving this session.
Thank you. You know, there's actually, I think technically an objection that could be made at this point. But rather than going down that road, we need to send this back, because as worthy as this might be and as good an idea as this might be, and as many of my friends in the legislature from Douglas County have encouraged me to vote in favor of this proposition, as best I can tell, this is in violation of the rules. The rules are the rules, and they apply to everybody in every matter. And unless there's somebody else here who can come up and show to the contrary what I've just learned from the carrier, I'm going to have to, at the very least, vote to send this back. And if it comes back again, then I'm going to have to vote against the entire bill and lose these other worthy provisions. So I encourage the body to send this back, and unless it's passed one house of the legislature during this biennium, it needs to be taken out. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Could I ask a question of the maker of the amendment, please? Okay, I have a whole lot of Douglas County, and you have a little bit of Douglas County, right?
About to have the southern half, yeah.
About the southern half, yes. And I think you indicated something about you weren't sure about people wanting to pay. Well, I know there's a lot of people in Douglas County would be extremely happy to pay whatever the tax might be for this. But I guess I would like to know, what is it that you are trying to accomplish? I still don't know what you're really objecting to. Are you objecting to the fact that it hasn't been heard before? Tell me exactly, what are you objecting to?
I'm objecting so that we do not adopt the report and we send it back to committee.
Mm-hmm. But what do you want to accomplish when it goes back?
This bill did not have a proper hearing on either side for voting on the floors even, and I would love to be able to work with the rest of our fellow Douglas County legislators to make this bill better. There are some things that I think it has some problems with that I would like to have addressed as well before we would have a chance for it to move forward.
Okay, so the main objection is it hasn't been heard. I mean, because you said before you are pleased with Peasley tax, so it's procedure-wise is what you're objecting to. Am I correct?
It's a portion of it, yes, in addition to the other things I had stated.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Haswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Peasley Tech is in my district, and it's, I think, an opportunity for Douglas County to put that on the ballot and make that choice for themselves. We do things a little bit different in Douglas County, so because it didn't make it to a hearing, it's unfortunate that it has to come through this type of process. So I wanted to stand up here and stand for Peasley Tech and encourage, I'll be voting no to send this back to conference.
Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was mentioned that we voted on this in 2021, that there was two people that voted against it, and I was one of them. I just wanted to explain my reasoning and then maybe see if I could get an explanation for how this is written. But I'm going back to the actual bill. It says the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County shall submit the question of the creation of the Dwayne Peasley Technical Training Center District to the voters of the county. And so I'm just wondering why it uses the word shall instead of may. If we're simply authorizing them to do this and allowing the voters to vote on it, it seems like it should say may instead of shall. And so that was just my question and my objection to it back in 2021. I believe in local control and that we should allow the voters to make this decision and to vote on this. But I was just wondering why it says shall, because that makes it seem like we're basically requiring the Board of County Commissioners to vote on this rather than simply authorizing it. But maybe somebody could answer my question on that.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I'd also like to inform you that the fiscal note on this, if it were to go to a vote and did get approved, would be $1 million in additional tax to the Douglas County residents. And I would like the opportunity for it to go back and be worked on, next year and have a proper opportunity. We don't even know why this is even needed. So I ask that you support me in a favorable vote to send this back. I move my motion. Thank you.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion carries. The Speaker appoints I've already declared it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Adam Smith, Bergkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Bergkamp for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2098.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2098 comes to us from tax, and it's just a combination of our sales tax bills from this year. Most of these have already passed one of the chambers. I'll just go through these quick, and we'll go from there. We'll start off with the motor vehicle sales tax. Oh, and also the Senate has passed this 34 to 1 already, just FYI. So the motor vehicle sales tax deduction, the House had passed this previously 117 to 4. What we're trying to do here is just bring some fairness to the process. So if you buy a new car at a dealership and you trade in your vehicle, you only pay sales tax on the net difference. But if you would happen to not trade in your vehicle, you wouldn't get that benefit. So just trying to create some parity on that front. Next one, manufacturer's coupon sales. Again, this has passed the Senate 39 to 0. The next one, telecommunication sales tax exemption. We had passed this last year, 108 to 13. What this is doing is giving a sales tax exemption for infrastructure projects for internet, telecommunication, or video service projects. And really, again, this is about fairness, where we're just trying to be consistent with how we treat manufacturer sales tax exemptions for other businesses. And I see some snickering out there. Next, we have a sales tax exemption for meat processing. So if you bring your animal into the butcher, you won't be charged sales tax on that. We have a couple other smaller ones, one for the Kansas School for the Blind and Deaf, one for the Kansas Fairground Foundation, and this one is retroactive for a building that's already been built. One for Doorstep out of Kansas City, a construction project for Exploration Place out of Wichita, a similar one for the Kansas Children's Discovery Center here in Topeka. And finally, there's going to be a new sales tax exemption for our veterans who have 100% VA disability rating. This is a new program, so it's not going to start till July 26th to give KDOR time to implement it and figure out the ins and outs of it. And with that, I will stand for questions. Mr. Speaker, I guess I move the adoption of the conference committee report, and we'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
just one question. What's the overall fiscal note now on all of them? And was this calculated into the major tax bill? Because as I understand, the tax bill that we have coming before us is $20 million above what the governor has liked. And this is on top of it. And where does this put us then financially? Thank you.
Yes, so fiscal year 25, I believe it's $23 million, and then it would be the same the next year. Once the veteran piece is implemented, it'll go up to about 35 million per year.
35?
Yeah.
I just mentioned, this is $35 million annually that we'll be taking off the tax rolls, in addition to the major tax bill. And the governor has already said that she has some concerns about the tax bill being too much already. You know, I think there are a lot of good projects in all this. I'm just raising the questions. We're already $20 million of what the governor had said she would support. Now we're $55 million over the amount.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the previous comments from the representative from Sedgwick. Just so we're aware, the Senate Bill 300 that we passed unanimously out of here, the current tax bill that's being discussed is 30 million, less than that. So I guess net would be about flat, more or less, if that helps too. And that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2098. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Members will be in their seats. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Martinez votes aye. Representative Curtis votes aye. Representative Haswood votes aye. Representative Stogstill votes aye. Representative Poskin votes aye. Any further changes? Otherwise, we will wait on our conferees. Representative Ellis votes no. Representative McDonald votes aye and is excused if she so chooses. Speaker Hawkins votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Representative Christy Williams votes aye and is excused. Representative Getz votes aye and is excused. Representative Ellis votes aye. Representative Wynn votes aye and is excused. Representative Penn votes aye. Representative Owsley votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Wassinger votes aye. Representative Jacobs votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 102 having voted in favor and 17 against the passage of House Bill 2098, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Messages from the Senate the clerk will read.
Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 292. The Senate concurs in House amendments to Senate Bill 473 and requests return of the bill. The Senate concurs in House amendments to House substitute for Senate Bill 349 and requests return of the bill. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report agree to disagree for Senate substitute for House Bill 2036 and has appointed Senators Tyson, Peck, and Holland as third conferees on part of the Senate. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate substitute for House Bill 2144.
Are there announcements? Representative Landwehr.
Health Committee will conference immediately in 142 South.
Seeing no further announcements, the speaker recognizes, nope. Maybe. Representative Stocksdale.
Democrats, we will agenda immediately upon recess, 152 South.
The speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess in the old Supreme Court room. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until midnight.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.
That's why I
The
paused.
ayes have it. The House is in recess.
I was like,
The House will be in order. The speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2144.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is a conference report on Senate substitute for House Bill 2144. House Bill 2144 started in this chamber. It was a probate court bill that we passed out unanimously. That went over to the Senate, and the Senate gutted that and included instead the substitute, which was Senate Bill 415. That is an organized retail theft crime bill. And then we packaged that with another bill from this chamber, which was the encouraging suicide. So what we're voting on here is a package deal with two different crime bills, the organized retail theft bill and the encouraging suicide. The organized retail theft bill, we haven't heard here. That was heard on the Senate. It passed 30-10. Essentially what it's designed to address are these organized hoodlums that come into Walmart or Target and just take a bunch of merchandise. This is designed to increase penalties from what they might get if if all that was on the books was the regular theft crimes, which we have. And we also made organized retail theft a RICO racketeering activity crime. So you could prosecute this as a RICO crime if you wanted to. We also made it so that the Attorney General will have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute organized retail crime if it touches on more than one county. The county prosecutor can do so as well. It's concurrent jurisdiction. And you've already heard the encouraging suicide bill as that passed out of here 119-1, and we made no changes in conference. I'll stand for questions.
Recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say this to start with. I am a yes on this bill, but I'm going to talk a little bit about, we had some conversation in caucus just a few minutes ago, and there was a question that it was asked, and I couldn't answer the question. And the reason why is because this bill, as it was originally designed, was not a House bill. It was a Senate bill. It was not heard in the House. It was only heard in the Senate. And so we've never had the opportunity to debate one half of this bill. And so this is our first opportunity effectively up here at the well. The first bill on organized crime is a good bill, but there was a question that was asked about what happens with the AG's office. And yes, I will address that. The AG's office powers do expand. The carrier of the bill did elaborate a little bit on that. The powers of the AG's office does expand. Further, there is a fiscal note that was not attached to this bill. It was attached to the original bill that calls for, I believe, 2.5 FTE within the AG's office. Now, whether he gets that or not, I suppose is a budgetary discussion for another day. Personally, I don't believe that this bill warrants any additional FTEs because it can all be done within the AG's office as it currently stands. That said, the bill itself is fine, and we worked hard to make some compromises and some changes in our conference committee. I think that the first part of the bill is just fine. The second part of the bill is fantastic. It's the encouraging suicide bill, and it is one that we worked on in judiciary for multiple days over multiple hearings, hearing quite a number of proponents' testimony, and worked to get this particular language in that the Senate had no modifications to whatsoever. They accepted it as it is. So again, there are caveats. I understand that there might be concerns with some of the language in organized crime, but for me, I am a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Heiberger.
Good morning, colleagues. As the ranking member pointed out, this bill was not heard in the House this year. A very similar bill was heard either last year or the year before. The Attorney General came to us, and we were told that a study by the National Retail Federation had found that the organized retail theft was a $45 billion problem in America. However, that was last year. Toward the end of this year, reports came out that they've really admitted that that number was made up. And so we really don't know what the level of organized retail theft is in this country. This the Attorney General already has the authority to prosecute theft under our current statute. To me, I don't think this bill is necessary. Well, this part of the bill is not necessary. It just seems like it's part of the continuing power grab on the part of the Attorney General's office. As the ranking member pointed out, there's an alleged need for 2.5 more FTEs to perform this function with an unknown fiscal note. So I think it's really unfortunate that this bill is coupled with the encouraging suicide bill, which I'm generally pretty positive of, but I'm going to vote no, and I would encourage you to.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is, I just saw the duck, which has landed right here on the podium. Somebody has lost their ducks. A duck is a terrible thing to lose. This bill is an example of bad bundling, okay? I voted for the prohibition on assisting suicide bill because after deliberation, considering two different bills and making amendments, we were able to deal as best we could with a problem within the confines of the First Amendment and the Constitution. And so I voted for that bill when it was here. I voted for it in committee, and I voted for it when it was a standalone bill, or it may have been bundled actually by, it was passed twice. It was in a corrections bundle, as I recall. And I still support that bill, but I can't support the bundle. The reasons that were explained by my colleague from Lawrence are exactly correct. We heard, I haven't read this bill, haven't seen this bill. It didn't come through the House. We didn't hold hearings in the House on it, but we saw what I presume to be a very similar bill last year in Judiciary, where the facts were exactly as my friend from Lawrence recites. I listened to the testimony that was presented with the encouragement of our President Attorney General, and I found it to be not credible. And now my friend from Lawrence tells me that subsequent research and work has found that indeed those numbers which were provided by a national retailers association and supported by one of the major big box stores just weren't accurate, and that comes as no surprise to me. I didn't like that bill last year because of the very reasons that my colleague from Lawrence tells us about. Our present Attorney General is building a dynasty over at Memorial Hall. You know, our former Attorney General, Derek Schmidt, and I didn't agree on a number of political matters, but he was a responsible prosecutor. He did not expand his staff. He did not expand his budget requests. He did a good job with the resources he had. But this bill is an example of our current Attorney General unnecessarily seeking to expand his own powers, to build a dynasty at Memorial Hall, to increase the cost to the taxpayers for the Attorney General's office. My second problem with the racketeering, corrupt influences, retail theft aspect of this bill is that although the description that you may have in the title discusses prosecuting crimes concurrently, meaning together with or at the same time as the county or district attorneys, the lawyers in the Senate who I talked to, who were conferees on the bill, or I talked through my ranking member, assure me that this establishes independent prosecutorial authority for our current Attorney General to prosecute crimes of theft. Kansas has long subscribed to the philosophy that prosecutorial decisions are best made at the county and local level, that county attorneys and district attorneys prosecute crimes in their counties, and that the Attorney General is there to assist upon their request. There are a few statutes where that is not the case, where the legislature, at least in my judgment, in the exercise of bad judgment, has extended this authority for an Attorney General to come into your county and prosecute people contrary to what the elected county attorney or the elected district attorney thinks is in the best interest of the citizens of your county. And so this power grab by the Attorney General is not only in terms of budget and staffing, but it's also a power grab in terms of the structure and respect that we have always had for local control and the power of local prosecutors. And that's something that powers that we should not give to this Attorney General or any of the former Attorney Generals, all of whom I think I've known for the past 20 or 30 years, many of whom are my friends. But this is not a good idea, and despite the fact that I support the assisting suicide bill, because of bad bundling by the Judiciary Committees, conference committees, I cannot support HB 2144. Thank you for hearing my words this evening.
Representative may close.
Like to speak to the allegation that this is a power grab by the Attorney General. I'm reading from the reviser's brief note here. My point will be that this does not significantly expand the jurisdiction of the Attorney General. Currently, under current law, the Attorney General's authority to prosecute certain crimes concurrently with the county and district attorney includes theft, a violation of the Kansas RICO Act, any attempt, conspiracy, or criminal solicitation of such crimes that is a part of an alleged course of criminal conduct that occurred in 2 or more counties. That's current law. And the only thing that this does is says, yes, and if there is organized retail crime, that the Attorney General likewise has concurrent jurisdiction with the counties. So I don't think this is a big expansion of the Attorney General's jurisdiction. As to how much of this organized retail crime is going on, I don't have statistics, but we've all read newspaper articles, and it's in the news regularly about this problem, which is around the country. So whatever the numbers are, I don't know, but we know it's a problem, and it's a growing problem, and it needs to be addressed. As to the fiscal note, I always read these fiscal notes where you're asking agencies to take on some more duties. They're always overestimating, in my opinion, the number of additional prosecutors they're going to need. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2144. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Probst votes aye. Representative McDonald votes aye. Representative Tarwater votes aye. Representative Martinez votes aye. Representative Melton votes aye. Representative Curtis votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 107 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of House Bill 2144, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess, and it'll be very quick. We're going to go look at one bill, come back because it's got to get over to the Senate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 12:50.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in recess. House will be in order. The speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 287.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move adoption of the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 287, and I close.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Would you like me to explain it at all?
If you'd like to explain it.
The Conference Committee has 287, which is the parental control bill that passed this chamber 85-37. It has House Bill 2579, which is the EMS over-the-counter meds, passing this chamber 120-0. House sub for Senate Bill 352, No Patient Left Behind, passed this chamber 85-37. And the Senate Bill 219, which is our rural hospital that had the Bryce Amendment on it, went back to committee and we stripped that out.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Body, I'm going to vote yes on this bill, on SB 287. It has some things that I really like, and then there's a couple of them that are like, oh, I don't know. But I think overall, this is a good bill for us to pass. The EMS one is the one I like the most, and that is, if you get a call, there's an overdose, the EMS will go to the home or wherever they're going to for the call. They can administer the Narcan, but they can't leave anything behind. This bill will allow them to do that, and we've had so many of the EMS departments asking us to please pass this bill to allow them to leave Narcan behind. We also know that during the pandemic, we had our loved ones that were in the hospital, and many of them passed away without us next to them, without us being able to visit them. This will help with that. There is an issue regarding how CMS might give guidance to this, but I think we can be able to work around that. And if there's things we need to change with that, we can do that. We can make changes later. And so one of our representatives worked really hard on this to help, especially during end of life, so that they can have their family and friends around them. Rural hospitals, we heard this one already too. And with the amendment that we were able to take out so that there isn't a restriction with the radius, that was taken out. So this is a much better bill. So I do urge you to vote yes on SB 287.
You may close.
Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 287. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Owens votes aye. Representative Howerton is excused. Representative Titus votes aye. Representative White votes aye. Representative Rajes votes aye. Members will be in their seats. Representative Heiberger votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 109 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of Senate Bill 287, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Stockstill.
Democrats will agenda 152 South immediately upon recess.
The Majority Leader.
Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 1:20 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate substitute for House Bill 2036.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2096.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2096 was the property tax bill that came out of conference. If you'll notice this year, we had several bills and we tried to kind of lump things into buckets, sales tax, property tax. We had one that was kind of a technical bill, was not really controversial in any issues. It just had a lot of kind of technical and administrative pieces to it. So the property tax bill contains several components. They are all related to property tax. I'll just be following along in the supplemental notes if you're following along with those. First one is the establishment of the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief Act. This is it's going to be a new Homestead Act program. Currently we have 3 different programs within that. We have the Safe Senior Program, the Homestead Program, and then the Homestead Refund Program. It's kind of confusing. We've got 2 programs named Homestead, but we take care of that in the next provision. So this is a brand new program. We're trying to name these so they're easily identifiable. One of the biggest complaints I get is, what program do I qualify for? Which form do I use? So we wanted to name this the Veterans Valor to recognize and show our appreciation to the honor and courage that our veterans have made and sacrifices they have made. This models almost identically the current Safe Senior Program that we have, which is a 75% rebate or refund on your property taxes. It does have some parameters on it. The Safe Senior Program has some income levels and some property value levels. Those are not included in this one. There's no income or property value limits, but there is a strict limit on who can qualify. All veterans are very deserving of our respect and honor. We wanted to try to focus this relief to those who need it the most. So we did take a look at the definition according to the Code of Federal Regulations. Any veteran who is considered totally disabled, totally and permanently disabled, or unemployable. There's a designation where you may not be 100% disabled, but due to your disability, you're considered to be your individual unemployability rating means that you can't work. So these veterans are probably some of the ones that we need to show our greatest appreciation for. They can't work, even though in their hearts they want to work, but their disability just will not allow them to. So we're trying to provide this program specifically for them. The next part, I referred to the Homestead Refund Program that we have now. We are going to rename that the Homestead or Homeowners Property Tax Freeze. This is the new program we implemented a few years ago. It's been fairly underutilized, but we wanted to introduce the freeze language because this is the one where you hit that base year where you qualify and it freezes your property taxes. You will still owe your full property tax bill, but whatever the property taxes increases from year to year, you will never have to pay more than that base year when you qualified. So this is a program that you see a little benefit early as your property taxes go up, but really in the out years is when it's a benefit, because once you hit the qualifications, the age level, and the income and the valuation limitations as far as your home value, your property taxes are frozen from that point forward. One thing we did to change this program, because we feel it is underutilized, is to exclude from your income level, your income threshold limitation, Social Security benefits. So we're not including that as your income in that calculation. The current limit is $50,000 of household income, and we did raise that to $80,000. The current home valuation threshold is $350,000. The Senate proposed $595,000 with a growth index. That simply gets too expensive in the out years, so we did pull that back to $500,000, and we pulled off that growth index. These changes would be retroactive to tax year 2022 when the program was first implemented, to see if there were people that qualified back then, they can now get that qualification. Next piece, moving right along through the supplemental notes, is the government competition property tax exemption. This is available to private businesses that have a competing government business, whether it's a county, city, school, whatever the government district or agency is. If they feel that they've put in a business that is similar to theirs and competed against, they can qualify or submit an application for exemption on their property taxes. We did restrict this. This is exactly as it came to us last year in Senate Bill 8. We didn't change any of the language. This is restricted only to child care centers, health clubs, and restaurants, and the business must be used predominantly by the qualifying business. An example I used in calendar is, the little let us feed you restaurant that we have downstairs. This building is not predominantly a restaurant. We have a little restaurant in here that is open to the public. It's not just staff and the people that work here. It's open to everybody, but the fact that it's just a small part of what this building is does not mean that all of the area businesses within 5 miles now get a complete property tax exemption. We worked really hard trying to isolate that last year by putting in that predominantly language. We did have a question in our calendar, and I wanted to make sure I clarified that. This is retroactive as far as if you had a business that was built 20 years ago and it hasn't changed hands or changed the business or services that were offered, and you have a government agency that came in and built a competing business 2 years ago, they still qualify, but the retroactivity isn't with the property taxes. They can't go back and claim in a property tax exemption and get a refund for all the property taxes they've paid. It starts beginning in tax year 25. So the retroactivity only applies to their qualification. It does not apply to their refund or their exemption status. The next provision is the tangible personal property tax exemption. This is something that we had an amendment on the floor on the tax bill, Senate Bill 300, that would have done this exact same thing. I think I said at that point it was a good idea. I wanted to look at it. I just didn't want on the big tax bill. I shouldn't say big tax bill, big tax relief bill. There we go. But this basically takes your ATVs, your snowmobiles, golf carts, the whole list. There's several different things that are considered kind of other property and recreational property, motorized wheelchairs, trailers under a certain weight, watercraft. A lot of times it is more work than it's worth for these county appraisers. They actually testified in favor of this because chasing these these folks down. They're supposed to register these with the treasurer's office and then go in and put them on their personal property tax rendition in the appraiser's office. That doesn't always happen. So the appraisers just have to try to figure out when people have bought these, where they're at, what the items are. We had quite the discussion in tax committee trying to identify what's a four-wheeler. I mean, we have so many different off-road vehicles now. We've got side-by-sides, we've got dune buggies. I mean, there's a whole class of these things, and we have no idea what they're going to invent in the future. So we just decided to try to alleviate a lot of the problems that we have for the appraisers trying to identify these things and value them. Let's just exempt them. I'll reiterate that when we had this amendment on the floor, I was trying to calculate what the impact was to our local governments, and I didn't think the 20 mils applied to this for schools on the statewide levy. I thought it was just the 1.5, so that was incorrect. And most of the fiscal impact on this is back, since it's property tax, it's back on the local counties, and that's about $13 million spread across 105 counties in the state, so it's not a huge impact to the local governments. The next part is the valid sales exclusion. Currently, commercial properties are valued on the land, the building, and then kind of the lease or the financial terms of the business that's occupying that building, not as if it's a vacant building, but they also take a look at the business that's in there. The best example I can think of to explain this is your homes are strictly valued on what the size of the home is, the structure of the home, the property that it's on, the land that it's on. We don't value your home based on who lives there, how much money they make, what kind of car they drive, and things like that. And this is kind of similar to how we value commercial properties. We look at that commercial property and say, okay, here's what the land is worth, here's what the building and the structure is worth, but here's also what the lease is worth, or this is what the business is worth. This is a lot more fair and uniform way to value commercial properties, but as I said in calendar, this will reduce the value on commercial properties if you pull out that inclusion of what the business lease value is. And this could potentially, in areas where there's a large amount of commercial buildings, it could be a potential tax shift onto other properties due to the reduction in valuation on the commercial buildings. The next part is property valuation notices. We had a bill, I think we've had a bill the last two years. When you get your valuation notices that everybody probably got just about a month ago, we have requirements on how much information is supposed to be on there. The current law that we have kind of refers to language that requires text in there. The programming that they have right now, they'd like to be able to put a chart and to show a kind of a visual history of what your property valuation has done over the years. So we are including language to allow that to happen, allow the vendors, Department of Revenue and all the local vendors that the counties use to try to create a smaller and more concise, easier to understand display of what your valuation history is on there, just to give people some information. Because I'm not sure everybody's like me. I save all of those and I try to compare year over year what's happening to my property. The next provision is the payment under protest prohibition. Originally in Senate Bill 8, this was a repeal of that prohibition. Essentially, you have two opportunities. If you want to protest your valuation and your taxes, you have two opportunities. You can do it early when you get your valuation notice, and you can say, well, that valuation isn't correct. I want to go in and talk to my appraiser. You can have an informal hearing with your appraiser, depending on how that goes. If you want to appeal that ruling, you can take it to the Board of Tax Appeals and kind of resolve it that way. Then, when you get your tax bill in November or December, whenever that arrives, you can do what's called payment under protest, where you go ahead and pay your taxes, but then you file another protest. You go through the same process. If you get a ruling there, you would obviously get a refund on the taxes that you've paid. what happens is the prohibition basically states that you can't do both. Senate Bill 8 last year repealed that, so you could do both. But the problem is you're going to the same court, the same people to get the same ruling. So we tried to put a couple of provisions in there. There are some exceptions in current statute, but we basically just said if the land has changed hands, if the home, the original owner filed an appeal or a protest of their valuation and then the home sold, that second buyer could come in and pay under protest since it's a different person, a different entity. We also wanted to allow the fact that maybe you filed a protest on your valuation, but then you hired an appraiser to come out and try to actually appraise your property and say, hey, here's what this property should be worth, and here's a certified appraisal. If your appraisal isn't complete by the time it looks like you're going to go to the Board of Tax Appeals, you can withdraw that case, give yourself time to get that new information in, and then pay under protest and then present that new information. But that pretty much covers all the contents of what is currently in 2096, and I apologize. I see a few people sleeping out there, and I don't blame them. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I will make the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2096, and I think I'll stand for questions.
Representative Clifford.
Good evening, body. I hope you're all still awake with me. Earlier tonight, we heard from the gentleman from Lawrence, who was absent from this chamber for a long time, but I'm awfully glad that he was here tonight to remind us that bad things can happen after midnight. And I also appreciate my colleague from Wichita. I often put him on a timer, but his words were well said tonight. And this is an example of what can happen. As a veteran, I'm insulted that we are being put in a position to vote against our fellow veterans because of the inclusion of 252 and 311. The dark store bill and the government competition bill do not belong in this legislation. There are many good things here. There's something for every one of us. We're sent here to do these things and solve problems for our constituents. But we're not here to cynically vote for things so that bad things can happen. So I'll spare you more time this morning. Mr. Speaker, I make a substitute motion, Conference Committee report, and new Conference Committee be appointed.
Is there discussion on the substitute? Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, I believe it was in October, but it was in the fall, we held a Veterans Legislative Summit right here in this room. And we had the state leadership from 20 different veteran service organizations, including the VFW, Military Officers Association, Disabled Veterans of America, the Vietnam Veterans of America. And we asked them to tell us, what is the number one thing, what is the number two thing, what are your priorities for us that you want us doing for you here in Topeka? And their number one thing was disabled veteran property tax relief. So in this chamber, the following year, we passed the original 2036, which is doesn't look anything like it does now, 123-1. But we got it passed too late to get it over to the Senate, and so we didn't get it done last year. And so in October 2023, we had the Veterans Legislative Summit. We had state leadership from 20 different veteran service organizations come here to Topeka in this room again. And again, they told us that their number one priority is veterans property tax relief. couple weeks ago, when 2036 had been gutted the first time and turned into a sales tax relief bill, 60 veterans from across the state, many of them state leaders of these veteran service organizations, came here to Topeka for a rally. And they said that they didn't want the sales tax that we just passed. They wanted the property tax relief. I haven't had a chance to talk to all 20 of those organizations. I got a chance to talk to the Military Officers Association of America, got a chance to talk to Kansas Disabled Veterans Lobby. They know what's been done with this bill, but they still want property tax relief. They want it for the veterans that are here now, but they also want it for what it can do for our state. We have 85,000 jobs in this state that are unfilled. Every year, we separate 3,500 veterans from Fort Leavenworth, Fort Riley, McConnell. They're still working age. Even though they have disabilities, they can still do jobs. They have working age spouses. Many of them, most of them have kids. And they are packing up their families and they are moving to Texas, Florida, Nevada, Alaska, states with disabled veteran property tax relief. We're in a competition for that talent, and we have the opportunity to take a step towards retaining that talent. So the Veterans Valor Property Tax Act is for 100% disabled, 100% permanent and total, or these disability based on individual unemployability. And that's a great tax relief package, 75%. However, the Property Tax Freeze Act.
Representative, you need to be talking about the motion.
Okay. We have the opportunity to get this done. And if we send this back to committee, we're not going to be able to get it done. And so I ask you all to vote against this motion, and let's debate the bill and vote it up or down.
Representative Hoskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in very strong support of this motion. In fact, you will now be spared this page-long speech about the exact same motion I was going to make. So what I'll do is just skip to my closing, and some of it won't make sense. But body art fitness clubs and big box stores can wait another session for their special interest tax breaks, so our 100% disabled veterans don't have to, right? My sweet veteran, 100% disabled constituent who I now share with the good Republican representative from Leawood is facing the possibility of having to leave his home that he built in the 1980s to suit his specific needs. The House and every sponsor of this bill has fought valiantly for this bill. Don't give up now. It's named the Veterans Valor Property Tax Bill, and there's a quick definition of valor: heroic courage or bravery. I call on the valor of every veteran in this body, on Mr. Oliver's current representative from Leawood, on everyone who knows and loves a veteran, and on everyone whose freedom was bought with their bodily sacrifices, to vote yes on the substitute motion. Do not expect a different outcome by repeating the same actions. A very, very smart man said that once, Albert Einstein. We can send this back, get a clean bill for our veterans, and get it done tonight. Thank you.
Representative Penn.
Well, I wasn't a chair anyway. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I don't consider myself pride-less man. Done some things in my life, take great pride in it. But I'm going to humble myself before all of you here tonight. And I'm going to beg you to support this motion to send this back. I'm going to beg you, each of you. Prepared a couple of remarks that I want to share. Family, I stand before you disillusioned and incredulous, and yes, angry. This bill, House Bill 2096, has so many layers of great policy and relief that many of us have asked for, including myself, in it. Even policy that I myself have asked for this very session right here. But therein lies the rub. Because wrapped in those layers of great policy that we deem to approve here tonight is a very hard center that we've considered before, but it cannot stand on its own. In the years that I've been here, it has not stood on its own. And it cannot stand in the harsh light of day and fair scrutiny. And that's the dark store government competition property tax exemption portion. We're asked to pass this, and I'm asking you at what cost? To give what we all know in here is a future advantage to a certain proprietor, I'm being asked to sell out disabled vets like myself. Can't use props, so I won't show you mine. We're asked to sell them out on veterans' property tax relief, like you just heard the previous speaker. Elderly people, their tax relief. Valid sales exclusions, property valuation notices, and exceptions to the payment under protest rules. The family, me, my wife, my children, we would greatly benefit from this. Veterans tax relief. But I need to tell you something. I absolutely, with complete respect, but categorically refuse to give certain health clubs an advantage or a break on the backs of disabled vets and their struggling families. To make such an offer before us tonight is not us rejecting serving our vets. It's whoever put this particular provision into this bill. That's who's disrespecting our vets. To make such an offer after telling me no to my face when I asked for veterans tax relief if we could afford it, Mr. Chairman, dismissing me out of hand when I petitioned for it is both demeaning, I feel it's dishonorable, and disrespectful to no end.
Representative.
Sir.
Focus your comments more on the motion, please.
Oh, absolutely. So I will vote to send this back so the offensive section can be stripped out, because we disabled vets have been waiting for property tax relief for quite a while. And apparently we must continue to do so because the honor that we have, HB 2096, unbelievably lacks. We're better than this. We can do better than this. We must do better than this. And I ask each of you to support me in doing something that does something for our vets. Thanks.
Representative Minix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't come up here very often, but this bill to me is an insult to this body. There's a couple poison pills that make it very difficult for me. And I want no one here to misunderstand my intentions. I have the utmost respect for our veterans. You can tell by the family that I have. But to put a couple things into this bill, the dark horse or dark store theory is a shift in taxation to residential housing. We've fought hard for a tax bill here to give people some breaks, and we should give breaks to our veterans. but not those big corporate box stores, in my opinion. And I will vote very strongly for this motion and hope it goes back to committee. And hopefully yet this year, if not, the next year, we come back with some clean bills to vote what should happen here. Thank you.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As the daughter of a Navy veteran who served in the Bay of Pigs and served for 20 years, as a niece to two uncles, one serving in the Navy, one serving in the Army, and as a wife of a Vietnam vet who was an air medic and brought people from Vietnam who had been wounded back to the United States for medical treatment. I am totally in support of sending this back. It appears that we have put two issues together, two issues that don't belong together. Our veterans and dark stores do not belong together. Pitting one against the other has no place in this body. I am saddened that we would even attempt to do this and degrade our veterans against dark stores and gyms. Please support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
No further discussion. Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a pathway to take care of our veterans. Just look what we did with the tax bill. It may not be tonight, but we'll be back. So, Mr. Speaker, I move my motion.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Adams Smith, Bergkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2036.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope this one goes a little better than the last one. Senate substitute for House Bill 2036 is the tax plan. Wasn't that long ago, we all sat in this body, we passed a bill, Senate Bill 300, that was unanimous. Sitting down and comparing what we have now compared to Senate Bill 300, there are a lot of similarities, and I want to go through those right quick. First of all, this is similar to Senate Bill 300 in the fact that we have a two-tier income tax structure. We have retained the 3% standard deduction increase. We did remove the indexing because we wanted to keep very cognizant of the total fiscal cost, not only in the first year, not only in the third year, but all the way out to the fifth year. Typically, when we look at fiscal impact, we go out about 3 years. When we've been looking at this tax cut plan, we've been looking out to 5 years just to make sure that we are sustainable and fiscally responsible. So we did remove the indexing on the standard deduction. This plan includes the full and immediate exemption of all income tax on Social Security benefits. It includes the over doubling the residential exemption on homeowners' property taxes from $42,000 up to $100,000. This bill abolishes the LAVTRF and the CCRSF demand transfers. It gets them off the books. They haven't been funded. It's time to move forward. It does retain the special city-county highway fund. Although in our plan, we did fully fund that. Again, we took that out because we wanted to wait until after the consensus revenue estimates in April to see what those looked like. We can always come back. That is a demand transfer that's on the books. They can always put a proviso in to remove the proviso that's in there now to not fund it, depending on how those revenue estimates look. If we feel like we can afford another $11.5 million, we can fund that. This does accelerate the state sales tax reduction on food to 0% to July 1st. This does retain the creation of the new demand transfer from the SGF into the school district finance fund to guarantee that those dollars that are lost through the 20 mills, either through an increase in the residential exemption or a reduction in the 20 mills, it guarantees that everybody knows what the legislative intent. We intend to hold the school finance harmless in this by making that transfer from SGF into the school district finance fund. Now, some of the changes that we did see, because let's be honest, when we have to compromise, we have to change a few things. Ideally, in a compromise, we both get everything we want. Sometimes we have to give a little to get what we really need, though. In this bill, compared to Senate Bill 300, the top rate we had was 5.65, and in this bill, the top rate is 5.55. As you recall, in House Bill 2036 last night, that rate was 5.5, so the Senate gave a little bit on the top rate. They wanted more of a reduction. They accepted a little bit less of a reduction, but then they turned around and gave it to that middle bracket. Our plan in Senate Bill 300 had 5.2. They gave us that 0.05 reduction on that middle bracket to where it is now 5.15. So we'll have a two-bracket system, 5.55 for the top bracket and 5.15 for the bottom bracket. Now, we do have a true two-tier program. The last plan we had in Senate Bill 300, we had three brackets. One of them was just zero. We moved this to a true two-tier program, and we took that. If you remember, in Senate Bill 300, we had $7,000 on the single filers, $14,000 of taxable income that was untaxed for married joint filers. We took that money and we put it over onto the personal exemption. Now, this is pretty important. I explained this in our calendar, and I hope I did a good job, but I'll explain it again here. The importance of the personal exemption is everybody gets that. If you put money onto the standard deduction, if you itemize, you lose that. And some people might say, well, if you're itemized, that means you're really rich and wealthy and probably don't need that standard deduction. But here's the certain situation that might be uncommon, but it does happen. You have average family, average income, they're just getting by, but they have some situations either with their kids or with the parents, an accident or certain medical situations where they unfortunately encumber a lot of medical bills, and they're able to itemize and pull those bills off. But if we just put that money onto the standard deduction, they lose that opportunity. We did decouple from the federal government, so you can take the standard deduction at the federal level and itemize at the bottom level, but you don't get the benefit of the increase in that personal exemption. So taking that personal exemption up significantly really helps the families. And what we've done is we've taken the Senate's idea out of Senate Bill 539 and used that concept. We've moved the personal exemption. Right now it's a fixed $2,250 for everybody. We've moved that to $9,160 for a single person. Obviously, if you're a joint filer and you have two exemptions, that is doubled to $18,320. And your dependent exemption is worth $2,320. We applied that same 3% increase to those numbers. So you're getting a tremendous benefit on the front end on that initial deduction from your federal adjusted gross income. We did create new thresholds, and I want to spend a little bit of time talking about this because the current thresholds for that upper income level, as a single filer, it's 30,000. For a married couple, it's 60,000. Those thresholds go down, but I want to try to explain this in a way that can be understood. They go down by the same, since we got rid of that first bracket, the zero bracket that we had in Senate Bill 300, we had $7,000 for a single filer. So 30,000 minus that $7,000 equals your 23,000. Same thing on the married. What this does is, even though we've taken the money from that zero bracket and put it over onto the personal exemption, the math mirrors exactly what we had in Senate Bill 300. As far as the impact, whether you're a single filer, if you're making 50,000 or 100,000, I didn't have time to run the numbers for examples on that. But if you chart out the savings that you have on taxes, this matches exactly the same kind of benefits that you receive under Senate Bill 300. One change we did make that was mutual agreement, when we've discussed the privilege fees that banks and financial institutions pay, the idea was always that we had two buy downs in the Apex, the corporate rate reduction due to Apex. So we put those two buy downs into that corporate rate. It's a proportionate reduction. However, we've only technically got one of those programs, Panasonic, that's been certified. The other program has not yet received its certification. So we just thought, let's not put the cart before the horse. The corporate rate has been reduced once. Let's do the banking and privilege piece once. Again, trying to be conscious of the overall fiscal note. You know, it's only $3 million, but $3 million isn't only. It's every little bit helps. We did remove the child and dependent care. We did not have that in our plan in Senate Bill 300. That was something the Senate had in their plan last night. However, that's already passed this chamber in Senate Bill 96, so we didn't see the need for redundancy and duplicity. We took that out. As I said earlier, this does remove the $11.5 million transfer into the Special City County Highway Fund. And probably the biggest thing that if you listen to me get up here and rail when we had Senate Bill 300, I talked about the statewide property tax, the mill levy, the statewide mill levy. We should be at 16.96. If we held ourselves accountable to the same standards that we put on our local governments, we should reduce that mill levy each time the valuation of the housing in the state goes up, the property valuation goes up. So we had to give on that. That was the only way we could afford to each get what we wanted as far as the Senate and the House on the income tax structure. The only way we could pay for that was to reduce the 20 mills down to 19.5. That was the Senate's position in 2036. As the tax chairman, I think it's easier to try to come back in future years, if we can afford it, to try to keep pulling that mill levy down rather than trying to make changes in our income tax structure. So I was willing to give on that, knowing that I'm going to continue to fight the fight for property tax relief on that. Mr. Speaker, I think that pretty much concludes the summary. I am happy to stand for questions. I'll make my motion to move the adoption of the conference committee report for Senate substitute for House Bill 2036.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 2036. It's late, I'll keep this short. It's a good bill. The chairman did a really good job, I think a thorough job explaining the bill. You know, this is a fair compromise. When we passed Senate Bill 300 unanimously here, we had a good bill. And this bill started with that, as you would do in a normal conference committee process. You make some concessions and you have true compromise. So the Senate wanted a lower top rate at 5.5. We had 5.65. We came in at 5.55 in between. We had 5.2 in the middle. They didn't lower the middle rate at all. We came down to 5.15. So we lowered the middle rate a little more. And then we structure this so that the bottom side gets the exact same or more, in some cases, tax cut than they got in 300. So everybody's going to get the same, and the income tax piece, they're going to get the same or more than they got in Senate Bill 300. Now, where we had to give, as the chairman mentioned, is on the property tax side. We still have the $100,000 homestead exemption, but instead of the 18 mills on the reduction, it's only 19 and a half. And the only other thing we gave is on the privilege tax, because the second Apex project hasn't happened yet. We cut that cut in half. That got our total fiscal note down to about 458 million. Once, it's always higher the first year, because when you have income tax, the difference between the tax year and the fiscal year causes a big increase the first year. But that second year, we're talking 458 million. That's about 50 million less than Senate Bill 300. And it's a little bit more than the Senate bill. So I think that's a good compromise in the cost of the bill too. But I believe this is a tax bill that we should be proud to support. It provides broad property tax relief, sales tax relief, and income tax relief to all Kansans. And we passed the last one, 123-0. We're proud to pass this one too. So I urge you to support this bill.
Representative, you may close.
I'm going to be quick, but I want to say a great big thank you to everybody. This has been a labor of love. This has passed the Senate. Let's get her done. Let's get her across the finish line, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2036. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, Representative Owens.
Yesterday, we rose to the occasion. In a united voice, we dared to demand more. Each of us standing up to someone unsure of where we would land. We knew we would be here. Who knew we would be here a day and a half later with a plan when we were prepared to be here a week or two later? Because of each of you, you can go home and tell your constituents that because we took a stand, we saved them an extra $150 million. This is a testament of what this body is capable of. And I am so proud to be a member of the Kansas House of Representatives.
The Speaker recognizes Speaker Hawkins for an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Thank you to 124 members of the House of Representatives. I know you're all tired because I am flat worn out. I am glad we are at the end of this day. I'm glad we're at the end of this week. This week has been a good week in a lot of ways. And everybody can hold their head up high and go home and know that they've done the work of the people of Kansas. I do want to thank the Senate President for being willing this morning to talk and to bring his folks to the table so we could get where we're at right now. We didn't do it by ourselves. It was a team effort for both sides. But go House.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Awerkamp votes aye and is excused. Are there any further votes? We will wait for a final member. Representative Potter Parshall is excused. Representative Landwehr is excused. Representative Wagner is excused. Representative Jacobs is excused. Seeing no further changes, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against, the passage of, let's start this over. With 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2036, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To anyone here that is considering driving home tonight, that shouldn't drive home tonight, but doesn't have the money for a motel, I'm buying. Thank you. Not everybody. The first two.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real quick for the calendar for the Appropriations Committee, we're going to be coming back on April 25th to go through a joint meeting with Senate Ways and Means and then discuss the governor's budget adjustments and then also the items that we had for omnibus. And we'll be waiting for the new consensus revenue estimate numbers. So keep that in your schedule, that appropriations will be coming back on April 25th. My office will send out a reminder and the time when that meeting is actually going to be. So I just want to let everybody know what the schedule is. And I believe in calendar we had talked about then the entire legislature is coming back on Friday the 26th. So I just want to make that announcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lewis.
Just real quick, I'd like indulgence. I was out and I just got in, and I'd like unanimous consent that I can vote yes on the motion.
Unfortunately, Representative, that is out of order. Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
All right, as said, I'm not getting no long speeches. Again, if you're tired, please don't drive. Let somebody else drive with you or drive you home. All right, with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Thursday, April 25th at 11 a.m. pro forma.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.